and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergencies.
Well,
call this meeting to order. This is the March 26, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. With that, Eliza, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration, decide if there is an adequate reason to remove the items from consent. These are items 1 through 22, and I'm going to open up public comment. If anyone wants to provide comment or request that items be removed from the consent for discussion, that includes here in the chamber. Are there any people that want to provide comments? Michael.
05, 12, 16, and 18 to be removed from the agenda, please, for open discussion.
1, 2, 16, and 18.
Yes, please.
You mean item 12, 16, and 18?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Yeah, that would be 12 is a resolution for the supervisors to release an invitation of bid and purchasing agent to solicit bids for the road rehab. Number 16, completion of the paving contract. And number 18, are you sure it's number 18?
Resolution approving Amendment 2 on the contract of the Nevada County Heavy Equipment yes.
Number 18? Yes. That's not 18.
Chair Bullock, I believe it's agenda items number 11, 12, and 13. Michael, is that correct? SRs 24-0518, 24-0512, and 24-0516.
Okay, that makes more sense. It's items 11, 12, and 13. Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry.
No problem. We got you. 11, 12, and 13. Any board members interested in pulling items 11, 12, or 13? Seeing none, those will remain on consent. Any other public comment for the consent calendar? Madam Clerk, are there any comments we've received on the consent calendar?
Chair Bullock, we did receive one comment on agenda item number 13. It is SR 24-0516. The comment is from Miriam Morris of Nevada City. Miriam writes, I live on Willow Valley Road, which is a very popular biking and walking road. It is also a very popular speeding road. Please consider repositioning the white edge line to better accommodate non-motorized travel. Promoting walking and bike riding closely aligns with the county's climate goals. The lanes are too wide and encourage drivers to go fast. When repaving, eliminate the highway standard center line reflective pavement to slow down traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Yep. Any other public comment on the consent? Go ahead, Ed.
I don't really want to pull the items, but I'm wondering if we could give Mr. Taylor 3 minutes to speak on why he wanted to pull them.
You bet, no problem. Mr. Taylor, would you like to speak on the reason why you wanted 11, 12, and 13 pulled?
Yes, thank you. I have some concerns that go back to the grand jury report for the Public Works that you guys didn't adopt any of the suggestions from Public Works. And I wanted to also point out a conversation that you and I have had more recently, Chair, Hardy Bullock, and that is that we're starting to getting into a process of hiring out to third party. And I'm cautioning us going down a road of continually to hire out services that we could be doing in-house. You guys have a brand new public works building site. It seems to me that we're okay to pay $500,000 for a grader to get used during snowstorms. I don't know why we're not investing in buying a machine that can paint and do striping. I'm a little bit concerned that we are in a pattern of hiring out heavy equipment mechanicing for public works. And I think that there needs to be some new leadership in the public works department that has the capability of understanding maintenance, purchasing, selling, as well as all the responsibilities of public works. I'm personally seeing public works over the last decade or more go backwards in its services, and its services are depleting, are getting less and less productive when it comes to road maintenance. Things as simple as once a year, asphalt needs to be blown, the seams need to be blown, then they need to be sealed. We're in a pattern of our roads are deteriorating faster than we can keep up the maintenance on them. So I would caution that we continue to hire out when we should be doing these kinds of things in-house. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ed.
Mr. Chair, I'd move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, thanks for your comments, Michael. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, possibly I would think that Mr. Taylor could meet with Tricia or one of those to actually understand where we get our taxes from doing our roads and where we are financially. So maybe that would help him understand that a little better.
Yeah, I'd certainly be willing. I'm not speaking for our CDA director, Tricia Tillotson, but I see her nodding her head saying, yes, she would. There's some complexity associated with the funding that supports our roads. And I think, Michael, Tricia would be happy to meet with you and talk to you a little bit about where that has been and where it's going with the relative to the gas tax. Thanks for your comments. We're going to move into, we're going to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. The NCSD Number 1 consent calendar, these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Directors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board members may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The directors will take these concerns under consideration, decide if there is adequate reason to remove the items from the consent. This is for the NCSD district, consent calendar items 23 and 24. I'm going to ask for public comment for items on the NCSD number 1 consent calendar. Any items, anybody want to make public comment? Madam Chair, is there anybody calling in, written in?
No, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment for that. Board members, do you wish to pull any items from consent?
Mr. Chair, I move for approval.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Now we're going to open up public comment. Does anybody want to provide public comment on issues not appearing on the agenda for NCSD 1? Public comments? Mr. Taylor?
Good morning. Michael Taylor, District 1. I want to recognize public or county staff, and I know I'm misunderstood often that I am pretty hard on county staff. And public comment is an opportunity to express things that people feel are not working. I would like to take this moment to say that I am like most that believe county staff are doing an amazing job and that they are doing what they're supposed to do most of the time, if not all of the time. But I just wanted to point out that the public comment period is to talk about things that aren't working. And that seems like I'm always in a situation talking about what's not working. And I'm concerned that we are moving in a direction that our departments aren't staffed to the best they could be. They're great people doing great work, but we're moving into a time where the responsibilities of departments are greater each year, especially with our budget doubling in the last 3 or 4 years. I'm concerned that we're hiring people. I'll just use Ebby, for example, the last public works director. We're moving into a time that we need someone at that position or those kinds of positions that understand the department from the top down. For example, public works, maintenance, purchasing, selling, hiring mechanics. It's a very complicated department, like all the rest. But I think that we need to make the move to hire someone for that department that actually has the knowledge to run that department better than it's been ran ever. Because where we're moving is a much bigger budget, much larger budget, much more responsibility. This is not a department that can move someone into or shove someone else over there. It's time to get someone that really understands that department. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to note that your comments related to our previous public works directors they're separate from your comments. I think what you're trying to get at is just an overview and general requirements for the position. So just want to make note of that, and appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Any other comments, public comment for the NCSD portion of our meeting? This is just for Nevada County Sanitation District 1. Yep. Any callers online?
No, Chair.
Okay, thanks. We're going to close NCSD general public comment and adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District 1 Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. At this time, we're going to open up general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comment to the board, not the audience or staff. No individual may speak more than once during public comment. Please note that each speaker will be given 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be automatically turned off. Therefore, please keep your comments clear and concise. In the interest of civil discourse, it is the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. Time limits may be modified at my discretion. You may provide comments by speaking directly to the board from inside the chambers or by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. If you want to make public comment by phone, please call in at the beginning of the item so that you may not miss the opportunity. With that, we're going to go ahead and open up public comment. We'll start with you, Gil.
Good morning, Chairman Bullock. Thank you for the Board of Supervisors. Gil Matthew, resident of District 3, representing the Nevada County Economic Resource Council, and I'm here with a shameless promotion to talk about our upcoming tour of Nevada County, which we do each year in the spring. This year will be on May 9th. We will be touring 5 terrific companies that you probably don't know exist in the community, and I want to invite all of you to participate in that. One of the highlights of the event will be going right down the middle of Mill Street. Bringing those big high-end buses down Mill Street, having lunch on Mill Street, and then touring more companies after lunch. So it's an all-day tour starting at 8 o'clock. Put everybody on the bus by 8:30. We'll have you back by 4 o'clock. So if I may, I'll leave one of these with the clerk of the board. Thank you.
Gil, if people are interested in attending, where would they find information on that?
You could go to www.ncerc.org.
Great.
Or you can capture me anywhere.
It's always a great time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other general public comment?
This will be short. Michael Taylor, District 1. Hardy and Heidi, if it would be at all possible for you guys just to drive by and do an inspection on the Ranch House project. All I'm asking is you just go there and look at it. I can spend 3 minutes or an hour talking about the double standards and everything that's wrong with the wetlands and the project. I am confident that you guys could drive there today, do a visual inspection, and you can see what most people are seeing driving by as far as contractors. That job is being run very poorly, and anyone with any background can look at it and see that there's a problem. So if the two of you could please go by and look at it, that'd be great. Thank you.
I actually did go by there. I rode my bike by there, and the BMPs are in place. I didn't see any mud or sediment transferring out of the site. It looked tidy and order. I rode my bike and had to take a very brief break there, but it was, in my opinion, looked really good. Sorry to get out of order there. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, there's a spring that's springing up right in front of the entry because the engineered fill wasn't done correctly. There's a spring right in front of the container that's bubbling water out. And that job site definitely doesn't look like a normal, clean, well-organized job site when it comes to managing the site. And I would beg to differ with you. And I'm getting other contractors that are saying that there was no way that the county would let them run a project like that. So it's not just me. There's a general consensus that the engineered fill in that project is inadequate, and there's going to be continued problems down the road with that project.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Chair Bullock, I'd encourage Mr. Taylor, if there are other contractors that have concerns, to please direct those concerns to myself. The only concern that we've received to date is from Mr. Taylor.
Okay, thank you, noted. Any other comments here in the board chambers before we go online? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any callers?
We do have one caller for general public comment.
Great, thanks. We'll take that.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Matthew Coulter calling in to the Board of Supervisors for public comment. And I would behoove you to correct the meetings with participation. I see there's 2 people on YouTube watching. Lack of participation has gotten exactly what we deserve, which is a complete mess in the county. About our roads, our fire evac and things. I would like each of my Board of Supervisors to drive from the corner of Greenhorn Road down Bennett Street and notice the quality of the pavement and that it's broken past the white line out into the road and that it's very dangerous and that we send people on bicycles and pedestrians out to enjoy our town and talk about recreational activities. Yet we have created a mousetrap for a lot of people that they can't go and recreate because the roads to get there are too bad to do it. We run out of ambulances, so when one 15-year-old crashes on one mountain bike up on Highway 20, you're talking a major event with an air ambulance and over a dozen first responders. We don't have enough resources to keep up with what has been created, what is being created by lack of maintenance in our town. It's very sad. It creates wrecks unnecessarily. It creates stress on the roads unnecessarily. People are literally driving across the striped double yellow line towards people to avoid potholes. I don't think that's a good practice. Maybe in other countries that they're used to that type of thing, but here I expect a little more than just look at that one piece of road. I could mention a lot of different roads, but that's a good example of one that was just ripped to shreds by Rise Gold, big trucks, lots of work up there, and no one wanted to do anything to prepare for the amount of usage that it's getting, including with waste management up there, and including with the PG&E subcontractors out there. The road is destroyed, just destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, for calling in today. Any other callers?
No, Chair.
Okay. Seeing no more public comment here, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. And with that, we're going to move on to item number 25. And that is this is Rachel Pena, the Director of Social Services, and it's a resolution proclaiming April 8th through April 12th as Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County. And with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Pena.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Bullock and honorable board members. I'm Rachel Pena, your Director of Social Services, and with me is Kristen Plant, who's an Eligibility and Employment Program Manager. We are so excited to be here this morning to celebrate some of the hardest working, most caring, generous, smart, creative, and energetic people in the county. We're here to ask you to proclaim April 8th through the 12th Eligibility and Employment Appreciation Week. Okay. So our guest couldn't be here today to share her journey with us, but we are here to share with you some of the work that we do and the impact that our work has on our entire community. And we'll keep it short because we've seen your agenda for the day. Nevada County eligibility and employment workers tirelessly help the citizens of Nevada County with a wide array of services. Also, what I'm reading from here is the proclamation as well. So they administer public assistance programs that reduce food insecurity, strengthen health outcomes, provide safety and security, and develop valuable workplace skills to support our local families and assist with the journey to self-sufficiency. The work that we do every day aligns with the board priorities of fiscal stability and core services, emergency preparedness. This is your, social services is your first line of disaster services workers. We also align with the board priority of economic development. We provide subsidized workers to small local businesses. We promote self-sufficiency. We provide benefits that go back into our local community. We also align with the values of housing and homelessness by providing housing to families and ensuring that our elders and people living with a disability can stay safely at home. And that people experiencing homelessness have the resources and services that they need. Since COVID, we've seen growth in our caseload across the board as we continue to unwind from the pandemic and from the protections and policies of the pandemic. Our workload associated with that caseload has grown and become more complex as well. You can see our CalFresh caseload has grown by 43%. Our Medi-Cal caseload and CalWorks caseload is up by 16 and 17%, are up by 16 and 17%, and our general assistance caseload has grown over 100% just in the last 4 years.
Over the last year, this past eligibility and employment programs have provided the following. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We just wanted to share with you a couple of the successes or some of the impact of our program over the last year. We've provided over 1,000 emergency food bags to customers in Western and Eastern County. We've supported 65 families with permanent housing and 43 with transitional housing. We placed 40 participants in subsidized employment positions with businesses and nonprofit organizations, provided over 15,000 individuals with CalFresh or food benefits, provided over 30,000 individuals with health care coverage through the Medi-Cal program, and we've issued around $40 million in federal and state funds, which were spent locally to support our local economy.
And throughout all of this, eligibility and employment workers and our entire staff in social services are ready, waiting, preparing to jump in for any emergency. So we're there to plan for, prepare, and staff shelters for extreme weather events, for fires. We also work after the disaster, after the weather event, to help our families recover through the recovery process. So I just wanted to mention also that's a big part of what we do and what we spend our time on in addition to our core services. And I want to talk a little bit about our staff, many of whom are here today. people are here, we're all here because we really care about our community and we want to help the people who live here. When people come into a social services lobby, they're often at their most vulnerable and they're most challenged. They're greeted with respect, kindness, and a genuine desire to be of service. Many of us have benefited from the services that we provide, and we understand that these services can have generational impact. We impact people in the moment when they're having their hardest day, oftentimes, and we also provide services and connect people to programs that change lives. I mean, I just want to share, I was born to a 16-year-old mom. We benefited from these programs. We had subsidized employment, subsidized housing, help getting through school. My parents were able to be the first of their families to get college degrees. The services that we provided, the what was called food stamps at the time, right, the CalFresh benefits, that helped our family in a time of need that has had impacts for generations now. And that's the kind of service that we provide, and so many of us are here because we've had that same experience. We want to be able to contribute to the self-sufficiency of our community and help people change their family, help them change their lives. So eligibility and employment workers strive to maintain a high standard of ethics and service, as demonstrated by delivering supports through the lens of our heart's values. So we worked really hard. Our staff came up with these values. We really looked at what is important to us in the way we provide services and providing them from our heart, which means providing compassionate services with excellence and adaptability, being responsible for the services we provide and for our own learning and for our own behavior, teamwork and service, and then most importantly, having fun. And the first week in April, or the week of eligibility employment work, we have a lot of fun planned for our staff because we spend a lot of time working hard. We want to honor them. We want to really have a good time during that week as well.
And so we're excited to share a video with you guys today. Last year, we shared our recruitment video that was like a homegrown video that our staff had created that was really about attracting new applicants and telling them about our culture. And so since then, we've created a second video that really highlights the day in a life of an eligibility staff member. And so we wanted to give you guys a little peek at what we do each day. We're really excited about this video. We took it to the California, or the CWDA conference, California Welfare Directors Association, and we shared it at that conference, and it was highly successful and got a lot of attention from other counties who have asked us to share the video with them, and it inspired them to create some videos of their own. But we'll go ahead and start that now. How do I play the video?
I am sorry to say that we received a PDF of the presentation, so perhaps we can post it after. My apologies.
Just out of curiosity, can we locate it on our website somewhere? Because then I think Carissa could you stream it for us, Carissa?
It's not on the website.
So Chair Bullock, maybe we could take comments from the board as staff tried to bring up the video.
Perfect.
And we could close with that.
Yeah, that sounds good. I don't want to miss it. Thank you. Any clarifying? Wait, do you have more besides the video? Okay, great. Any questions from the board?
Well, no questions, but a giant thank you. It's so fun to see you all out here today. When you look at the numbers of people that you reach and contact, it's actually amazing, because for the amount of you that work in that department, that's a workload, and it's all done with love and compassion. And so really excited to be able to celebrate you that week, and hope we can come and do something special with you as well, because what you do is most needed in a community, of any community, but ours is very special. And I think that your compassion shows all the way through that. And some of the testimonies and stories that come from all the work that you do, gosh, it's heartfelt. It's amazing. Little mothers, even fathers that were in a situation now that are stable and they have children at home. It's pretty amazing what you guys accomplish. So, and then you put it all on a table in an emergency and come and work diligently, like when we've seen that through Snowmageddon and all the things that you folks have worked through. So I'm just, what an honor to support you in a special week that says thank you for everything you do. So appreciate it. Glad to see you all here and really, really appreciate you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Hook.
Well, yeah, Rachel, I think I'm just saying the same thing as thank you. I kind of look at it and look at some of the indications within our community right now, and you can see that a lot of our citizens they're really stressed. The high cost of living and some of the other issues that they are facing. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression that a lot of times you're like one of the first
A day in the life
contacts.
of a human services specialist at Nevada County require.
We win. We figured it out.
Our apologies, Supervisor
that's all right.
Schofield.
I'll finish. that you are one of the first contacts that perhaps perhaps really prevent people from getting into like a homeless situation. And at the same time, if you can get those persons that are at the homeless level, correct me if I'm wrong, but you might be one of the very first opportunities to get them into other wraparound situations too. So I think we can see that not all is happy out there right now, that it is stressful, and you guys are doing an incredible job. So my thanks to all of you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
Why don't we watch the video and then we'll come back to the board? Great, thanks, Kristen.
A day in the life of a human services specialist at Nevada County requires adaptability, teamwork, and fun. Don't forget that meeting coming up. Maybe not that kind of meeting. Much of eligibility work has been set up to be conducted remotely so that anyone, anywhere, can speak with a customer or a teammate. There is an unlimited amount of information to learn because the rules and our roles are always evolving to meet the needs of tomorrow. Be prepared for there to be more than one right answer to your question. Our training team and team leadership will be here to provide support and new challenges as you grow in your role.
Can you print a temp Vic? I need to send a NOAA to this GA customer. I checked the eaves and saw a Peeves abstract that the UIB had been approved for the EDD.
Oh, I was going to ask why you didn't just send the CW 2200 before disking them, but I forgot about that ACL 2298. It said that Peeves is ver.
Be prepared to learn our secret language. It may sound overwhelming, and the work can be stressful, always keeping you on your toes and ready to support your community. That's where adaptability and teamwork come into play. We work with other departments and often partner with other agencies to meet the moment and provide the necessary resources for the residents of Nevada County. When everything is said and done, there is nothing more satisfying than being able to support our community. It can be a lot to take in, but our amazing team will always come together to celebrate your triumphs, overcome any challenges, and support you throughout your career.
I just also want to say about the videos, both of the videos, the one we showed last year and this one, is that they were 100% created by our eligibility and employment staff who like borrowed a camera from the library and wrote the script and did it. They did it because it was important to them. This was such a high performance organization kind of moment for them where they really believed we could do a better job of recruiting candidates. We could do a better job of explaining what is the work that we do and what's the culture that we have, and that if people knew the impact we had, the culture that we had, that we would get more qualified candidates, and we've seen that play out. So I just want to recognize them for their hard work and initiative and creativity and the fun that they had in the process.
How many people are on your team, Rachel?
In eligibility and employment, we have about 60.
60?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Hall?
Thank you. That was a sweet video. I remember the one last year too, and how fun that you're making it. You know, a joy and a pleasure to come to work every day, because I know that the work that you do is hard. I think this is one of the most important things the county does, honestly, and a lot of people don't even know that. We provide a safety net for the most vulnerable. And the fact that you do it with your heart and with compassion is so important. And I think it's what sets us apart as a county, that we do put our heart and soul into the work we do. But I know it can be hard. So I want to also thank you all so much for your dedication and for the extra effort you put in during our emergencies, which we know happen pretty much every year now. So you go above and beyond that way, and I really very much appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will echo everything that my colleagues have said, but also to add that the appreciation that I have for the work that you do in such a compassionate way, that there's not stigma attached to people coming and asking for help. And I think, Rachel, by you sharing your personal story, and I'm sure some of your staff also have similar personal stories, it goes a long way in making your clients feel comfortable and willing to come in and ask for the help. And, you know, you potentially are the first line for them if they're losing their housing or they're food insecure or the other issues that you deal with. So thanks for all the work that you do, and thank you guys for all coming today and receiving the proclamation. I think that's a great show of support for the department and the work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any specific questions. I really liked your value statement on the keep it fun part. I know that your work and your clientele has got to be really taxing, because you have to personalize it at some level to serve every day and keep helping people when they have those significant needs. So I would encourage you to go after that and take time for yourself whenever you need it to get out there and take care of yourself. You know, we can't serve others unless you're taking care of yourself. But, you know, it's awesome. And I was staggered by the numbers. And I know the increase is there, but I just wanted to confirm with you that you're asking for all the help you may need from this board so that we can support your staff and your office needs and your framework for productivity. You know, and that's just what I'm offering up here. If we can, I'm sure you'll bring that forward to everybody in the organization. And then the one quick piece that does come up from time to time, I think that when anybody interacts with government and asks for help or services, it's always about like, I'm trying to do this, but it took time. And I know that in certain instances when you're talking about food insecurity and housing, time is of the essence. And so is there a metric to understand how quickly you can get people through the process?
Yes, and it's a little bit complicated because we're a pretty like lean, mean fighting machine kind of team, and we also because our numbers have gone up so quickly, we are fighting some backlogs. But we do try to process emergency applications for CalFresh benefits within 3 days. Oftentimes sooner than that. We also try to process CalFresh applications within 30 days. And we do the very, very best we can to work with any emergent needs. If there's something that needs to be done faster than our normal process, because we're a small team and because we're a relatively tight-knit community, we're able to work with our partners and get those benefits issued sooner when necessary. We work with the hospital, for example, to make sure that people who have immediate medical needs get connected with their benefits as sort of outside of the regular process. But yeah, we do have state mandated timeframes that we try really hard to stay within and oftentimes can't.
Yeah, I have a story. I had a friend who called me when they were in the hospital and they weren't really taking care of themselves, but connecting you with your staff, they got like an emergency authorization and got the hospital and all these things set up, this chain of events. It took about 2 weeks to get it all done, but it was incredible how I got calls from multiple people in the organization to help this person, and it all ended up, well, and job well done. I want to mention one more quick story. The little town of Washington, when their road was closed, I met with them, and when the road was closed, and they were really upset because it added an hour to their commute. And so your support of that community in that immediate time, I think it was about 3 days later, you and Ryan were working with that community to help them with gas. And so it just made such a tremendous difference, because when they were describing the shortfalls that they faced, it was like, I can't afford to get to work because of the increased travel time, or I can't afford to take my kids to school. And so those needs were really ever present. So I just want to thank you for jumping in there.
Thank you. Yeah, a number of the people in this room actually were
Yeah.
there handing out gas cards and working
Yeah.
with people on specific challenges related to that closure.
Yeah, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Anything else from the board before we open it up to public comment? I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item if anybody has something they'd like to share. Seeing none in the chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anybody on the phone?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Awesome, let's take that.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Matthew Coulter calling Board of Supervisors, public comment on this topic. I know that the folks sitting on the board don't suffer from financial difficulties like a lot of people do in the county. On a daily basis, I meet people that have lived here their entire lives and have grown up here. They're being displaced due to the selling of houses that they're either caretaking or have lived in for many years, family houses, and so on and so forth. My own personal experience with this agency that we're speaking of was when I was in jail for 3 months. I wasn't able to fill out the forms even though I requested them, so then my insurance was canceled. When my insurance was canceled, now I'm waiting months to get it reinstated, and I keep going into the office and they say that they're moving it forward, but we're talking months for people that need immediate stuff, like Hardy said. I mean, housing, food, immediate need type stuff is months behind. And if the county, and this is just going to continue, like I said, I meet people on a daily basis that have grown up here that are being displaced. So the homeless people that have lived here, we used to speak a lot about local. Let's take care of the local people. This isn't happening. A lot of people I met in jail just blew into town, got arrested, then they get set up at Hospitality House, all the services, and we adopt them. And they move the locals farther down the line. And I don't understand how the county can solicit for people from out of town to come in when they're not taking care of their local people. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. Any other callers on the line?
No, Chair.
Nope, okay. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Okay, with that, we'll close this item, and I'll entertain a motion to adopt this report and presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thanks, Rachel. Thanks, everybody, for your teamwork here. Oh, you want a picture?
Yeah, I was going to hope that we
Let's
could
do
have
it.
time for a picture.
You guys want to do it outside? Can we run outside really quick? No? Okay, I'm getting some scoffs, so I guess we have to do it in here.
Stay here.
Okay, we'll stay back here. You guys pull up front. I'm always trying to get outside.
I know, it would be nice.
Good to see you. One moment. Okay, thanks for your flexibility.
Of course, always flexible. I think I have to press this, don't I? Here we go. Great. Yes.
All right, just looking for our item here.
It's number
28, thank you. Thanks. Okay, so this is a presentation from the Arts Collaborative of Nevada County. Nevada County Arts Council on its activities in 2023 and the upcoming work in 2024. With that, we'll turn it over to Krista to open this item.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I am Carissa Sear, analyst in your office, and I'm just here today to introduce Eliza Tudor, Executive Director of the Nevada County Arts Council, and as Chair said, here to talk a little bit about what they've done in 2013 and what to expect in 2014. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Eliza.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Honourable Supervisors. Well, thank you for hearing us today as we deliver a potted version of a longer presentation on what we've been up to over the past year. We'll be back in April to celebrate Arts, Culture and Creativity Month and to seek your blessing to renew our collaboration with the California Arts Council as the umbrella organization for the arts in Nevada County and as your state local partner. We are also here to thank you for entrusting us with this role and to share some key impacts, from grant making to career development, from arts advocacy to fiscal sponsorship, from arts education to arts sector promotion, a community of practice for equity in the arts for arts sector leadership, to networking and monthly meetups for artists. About our grant making this year, the California Creative Corps program sees us following an unprecedented period in which communities globally have suffered as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is the result of a recommendation from the Governor's Economic and Jobs Recovery Task Force and is the first of its kind in the nation. $60 million from the state budget has been invested in the California Arts Council to create a program through which administering organizations appointed through a competitive process are responsible for re-granting monies across their service areas or regions. Nevada County Arts Council was selected as the administering organization for the upstate region, responsible for distributing $3.38 million in grant funding across 19 counties. Artists, culture bearers, and organizations are now implementing media, outreach, and engagement campaigns that increase awareness for environment-related issues and solutions, whether water or energy conservation, climate mitigation, or emergency preparedness, relief and recovery, as well as civic engagement and public health awareness. So Nevada County Arts Council is serving 19 counties, re-granting $3.38 million in state funds, investing $463 and $598 in artists living in, working in, or serving Nevada County. And here are some of our grantees. Projects speaking to watershed health, food security, public health access, housing, and the unhoused. We have one of our grantees, Tom, in the room as we speak. Tribal ecological knowledge and the environment, and youth mental health. And we hope that you'll join us in October here at the Rood Center when we'll be showcasing Nevada County grantees in all their glory through art in public spaces. We're going to switch gear now and speak to our year-long study of Nevada County's creative sector, during which, in partnership with Americans for the Arts, we engaged and surveyed 127 arts organizations and creative producers and gathered over 1,000 audience surveys from diverse events spanning all 4 seasons. Participating in this national longitudinal study were close to 400 other communities. Here we are on the map, we're the northernmost community in a cohort of almost 400 across the nation in California. Our closest neighbor, fun fact, Placer, with almost 4 times the population, reported economic impacts in the arts not much more than half of our own here in Nevada. We invited Randy Cohen, VP of Research and Policy at Americans for the Arts, to help us deliver the findings last month. And here we are on a panel with our own Kimberly Parker. So, arts and economic prosperity showed us that the sector right here locally generated $66 million in economic activity during the reporting period of 2022-23, almost $32 million in spending by arts and culture organizations, and an additional $34 million in event-related expenditures by their audiences. That economic activity supported 1.359 jobs, provided $39.5 million in personal income to residents, and generated $13.2 million in tax revenue to local, state, and federal governments. And here is the important part of our presentation this morning. We're talking about your impact through investing ARP Community Resiliency Fund monies to Nevada County Arts Council, with a big thank you to you. So we're moving from our research to your support. We are profoundly grateful to the county for this investment through us in our creative sector, through American Rescue Plan funding. You supported our investment in baseline administrative staff for Truckee and Grass Valley Cultural District over 2 years. Through the business of art, you invested in our support of career development for artists and the creative sector professionals, helping us to recognize them as the businesses that they are. And you helped us promote our sector through a brand new guide to the arts called Muse, out this month. At the Business of Art, we hosted 35 presenters, drawing from local, state, and national level talent all the way to the top of their field. 150 artists, culture bearers, and cultural workers attended at all stages of their career. Sessions included health insurance for artists, tax advice, marketing, branding, business planning, and special interest sessions from creating a show reel to acing an audition to preparing portfolios in preparation from showing art. And from our participants, bravo, this day was fabulous. The speakers were great, the energy was great. Why can't our local county arts council do what you do here? Thanks for looking after us. So this is all your investment. Nevada County Arts Council is excited to announce at last the arrival of Muse, a new 8.5 by 11 glossy annual publication with 10,000 free print copies in distribution and online. 2 long years in the making, this first issue will feature informative and exciting editorial inspiring art and photography. Muse highlights Nevada County as the premier destination for arts buyers and travelers in the Sierra Nevada foothills and Truckee-Tahoe region, and home to some of the best talent in Northern California. It reflects the county's unique position as the only rural county with 2 California Cultural District designations and includes an online companion piece. It also features state-of-the-art on city, county, and state levels, 150 plus arts organizations and business listings, close to 200 artist listings, a 2024 calendar of arts events in Nevada County, and an illustrated cultural asset map. And let's move on to art in public spaces. Our program is about providing a thoughtful space for belonging for all residents in Nevada County, expressing community values, heightening our awareness, and helping us question our assumptions. Art in public spaces acknowledges both our California Cultural District and communities that populate our diverse landscapes. It is for everyone a form of collective community expression, reflecting our society and the opening of our civic spaces. As you know, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 exhibitions now. And I have to shout out to 2 visionary leaders in the room, Heidi Hall and Alison. I know that you put your hearts behind this project, and I hope it's helping our public and our community feel ever more welcome at the Rood Centre. And hopefully we can expand upon this project to other public spaces over time. This is our next exhibition, Breathe in Sky. This is an evolution of Project Wild Edges, which will bring Project Wild Edges, which was, wildly successful initiative along the banks of Wolf Creek, indoors, and introduces us to ways of seeing and experiencing landscapes as places of being, as part of public art in public spaces. So we're going to be doing a grand opening on April the 4th, which is, goodness me, I think it's next week. Help. It's going to be glorious, so please do come and enjoy that with us. What's next? What comes next for us? We've got an RFP at the moment for a consultant with the mostest to lead us through an arts and culture master planning process. So all this work that we've been doing over the years, like measuring the economic and social impacts of the arts and working with Nevada County Office of Education in creating a strategy for arts education and working with the town council up in Truckee on the delivering of a public art master plan. All this is foundational for creating an arts and culture master plan. So we're very much looking forward to an inclusive engagement process with our whole community and with you in the year to come, and creating a shared cultural vision for Nevada County. There are several deliverables within this arts and culture master plan. Importantly, aligning ourselves with the work of the county as our partner and our municipalities, being sensitive to the incredible work that you're doing, and making sure that we're aligning with that, whether it's through the creation of a live, work, play marketing plan for the arts specifically, and what that looks like in creating sustainable tourism. You will see from the AEP study that we did that cultural tourists stay longer and spend more, or whether it's creating a funding strategy for the arts long term. So lots of really important work. We often are asked, how can we support you when we give presentations such as this? So we always ask folks in the room to recognize artists as second responders who help put people's lives back together, are essential workers in our society and our economy, helping us recover, reflect, and rebuild. We ask people to speak up for the role of artists in creating awareness for some of society's most critical issues and solutions. We ask to show up for local artists and support local arts organizations during Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month this April. And in one of the most important election years globally in recorded history, we'll be encouraging folks close to home to best understand who's on the ballot and what their promise is to our creative sector. We'll be showing up in important places like Capitol, the state capitol, next month, as we did last year at Arts Advocacy Day in mid-April. We'll continue to make friends and influence people on behalf of our artists, our arts organizations, our community, our health, and our future. A huge thank you from Nevada County Arts Council to the County of Nevada for your incredible support through ARP investments. We couldn't be more proud to be part of this county and to be partners with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliza. I appreciate we always look forward to this presentation from you. I'm going to open it up for clarifying questions from the board. Any questions? I'm going to start with you, Lisa.
So thank you for the presentation and for all the fantastic work that you're doing. I think that elected officials in the Western County not only support you in theory, but support you in practice. I know, Heidi's on the board for In Concert Sierra. I'm on the board for the Center for the Arts. If you look at the city of Grass Valley, Vice Mayor Hodge works for Music in the Mountains, and the City of Nevada City, Adam Klein works for In Concert Sierra now. So I think there's a really strong interest from all of us to make sure that your programs are successful and knowing ways that we can support you. One question, after I spoke at your event last weekend, you mentioned that there had been a RFP put out for the work that you're going to be doing. I can't find it on your website, so maybe you can tell me where on the website it is, because I was going to forward it to my network of marketing people. So that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Good. We need to make it more obvious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next exhibit that you're going to be doing here. I've heard nothing but great comments in the community and appreciative of the artwork that we do have hanging in the Root Center, and definitely would support an expansion of that in public facilities. So thanks for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Supervisor Swarthout.
Heidi, would you like to go?
Yeah, just to echo, thank you, and thanks to my colleague. Lisa has been an advocate for the arts for a long time, since before you got on this board, and for highlighting the number of folks who are directly engaged in the arts. But Eliza, I just want to commend you for how you've grown this organization. I love the global view that you have, that arts is important for so many reasons, and it is also part of our economy, a big part of our economy. And we need to keep doing whatever we can to get art out in the public, give people the opportunity to see it and experience it and be part of it, and have children be exposed to it, and for us to do everything we can to support the artists who, don't have necessarily an institution to hire them, but many of them are individuals, and can be a tougher life. But you've really grown this program in a very commendable way, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it continues to grow, and to any way I can continue to support all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thanks, Supervisor Hall. Ed?
Hi, Liza. I'm always impressed with your programs. Wonderful job. I love this photograph. I mean, there's so many people in there that we recognize. And Daniela, Heather, I see you in there too. That's
there
great.
you are, Heather.
I think the one area that I just wanted to comment on, all of it's wonderful, especially the dollars amount that you look at that's coming into our economy. But the one area that's really close to home is right here in the Root Center. And if it is Heidi and Allison, thank you to both of you, because it's just been incredible what we've been seeing in here. All I can say is thank you. And it really has become something that the public can say, wow, what's at the Root as far as what the arts are showing us. So it's been wonderful, Liza. So thank you. Thank you for your contribution to our community.
In a very personal way, one of the things that excited me about accepting this role as executive director of your state local partner was just that, developing a relationship with the county. It's an unparalleled opportunity that we take very seriously, so we're so grateful for your input.
Well, Liza, I always enjoy this. This is another super presentation of the work that's being done. I like to look back over the last 5 years and where you guys have come and what you've created is amazing. And so thank you to my board members that work on that. That's not something that I do, but I get to partake and enjoy, which is very special to me. And I do look forward to it. I love the presentations we've been doing here at the county and look forward to those growing. I think it is very important for people to come and see. You bring people in to see what the county is too. And so I love that. I love the whole thing. And this picture just kind of makes your whole day, doesn't it? So I really
Sure
appreciate
does.
that. Yeah. So thank you again.
And this was only about maybe a third or a quarter of the folks that attended on the day, those that slogged it out to the end.
Yeah, I love it. And I guess what's really special for me is like walking my halls right now and I look at the children's art, and you guys are a part of that. And that's something that I look forward to every year. And I'm always just so amazed at the creativity and talent of our youth, and the people that bring that to them so that they can be inspired. So there's just so many avenues. I'd love to see agriculture get hooked in here some way at some point. You know, we just did a calendar, and so it was just pictures, but there's so many amazing things here in Nevada County through all different lenses, I guess, that I'm looking at. So thanks for bringing that and sharing with us. I learn something new every day.
And I'm picking up on a little challenge there too, which I look forward to addressing. Just a little one. We're going to be in your neck of the wood. I think it's next week. And I didn't introduce, if I may, two incredibly important people who are in the room with me, who really are providing unbelievable leadership within the organization now, as they represent both our California cultural districts. So you can see Heather, who we stole from the County of Nevada earlier this year. Heather is our GVNC Cultural District Program Manager, and Kelly Cutler, who you'll hear from during public comment in a little moment. I couldn't be more grateful to be working with two such incredible leaders. So I do not work in isolation. This is the result of an incredible board of directors and amazing staff. But thank you.
Well, no, I do thank you. And I will always cherish a little tea breakfast I had with you at my ranch, and talking about the arts and the home project. And that'll always be a very special time for me, so I appreciate that.
Oh, yes. Friends for life ever since that time. And we're going to be in your neck of the wood. I think it's next month. We're doing a meetup in Penn Valley, so watch out for that invitation.
Well, Isa, thanks so much. I was just reflecting the first time you and I met, which was, I think, about 5 years ago. And the growth that's happened in your organization is really impressive to me. So thank you for the commitment, and also your keen interest in my district, particularly in District 5 in the Eastern County. It's been really a pleasure to see your connection to that district and all the work that you've done to support them. So thank you. I was also I was at the Secretary of Natural Resources. We were down there for a meeting at their brand new, beautiful Cal State office building, and there's a huge poem from Gary Snyder in the atrium. And I just wanted to mention, Nevada County has such a long history of poet laureates and other people that have kind of impacted the world with their art and poetry and writing and others. So it's just such a pleasure to see and be a part of it. And you've done so much to raise that awareness for us. And when I was with you, one of the pictures was in here for the opening. At the Asian Theater piece, I learned so much about where that art came from and who made it. And I mean, just if you have the opportunity and you have not been to one of those events, please go, because it's phenomenal who you meet. And also, I met a bunch of people that I didn't know were affiliated with your organization there, who I've known in other circles in the community. So, and I also want to mention just really briefly, you talked about how to support artists, which I thought was fascinating, because I really don't know how I can do anything except support organizations, but supporting artists is something entirely new and different. So that's pretty cool that you gave it, you personalized it, and embodying that work has got to be challenging.
You can support artists through support of Nevada County Arts Council, and that's what we hope shone loud and clear today, is the work that we do is not in and of itself, it is in support of the creative sector in its most whole sense, whether it's through artists' career development, through students in art, or through the support of our arts organizations. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for coming today. We're going to open up public comment on this item. Would anybody like to make comment in the board chambers here?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kelly Cutler, Program Manager for Truckee Cultural District and a staff person for the Nevada County Arts Council. Here today to talk about some of the programs we have up in Truckee, but also support the Economic Development Action Plan as it relates to Eastern Nevada County and the arts community, specifically in Truckee. As you all know, Nevada County has the unique distinction in the state of California being one county with two designated cultural districts. I was really pleased to hear Bill Mueller and his integrated communication strategies presentation in January recognize Nevada County's creative sector as an economic asset driver. We absolutely agree.
Up in Truckee, we're excited about programs this summer, including Art at the Airport, our monthly creative meetups, our Truckee Thursday events. We're launching tonight, actually, with the town of Truckee Town Council as they proclaim April to be Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, our Spring into Art campaign, and we're also going to be launching in April a mini grants program for artists and organizations. Eliza mentioned the staggering statistics of the recently presented Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 presentation by Randy Cohen. We celebrate these numbers, but are dealing with post-pandemic realities in Truckee as our business community really struggles with workforce housing. 50% of our workforce is currently commuting into Truckee. We appreciate the number of times the arts is referenced in the Economic Development Action Plan 2426. I, last night, was really excited to see the mission committed to coordinated actions with our partners to build a resilient, diversified economy that leverages our unique cultural and natural resources, embraces innovation, entrepreneurship, and small businesses, and maintains a high quality of life for all. This will be at the forefront of discussion as we work collaboratively on our first Nevada County Arts and Culture Master Plan. That RFP, by the way, can be found at the Get Involved drop-down on our website, nevadacountyarts.org. As we work collaboratively on this master plan, keep in mind our mission to facilitate collaborative efforts and promote and sustain the visual, literary, and performing arts of Nevada County in order to advance the cultural, social, and economic life of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Is Trails and Vistas still happening?
One of our marquee events in our April Spring into Art campaign is Trails and Vistas kickoff of their art hike ticket sales.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, it's kind of the merging of outdoor rec and art. It's awesome. Thank you.
It's the 20th anniversary year for them, so we're going to be working alongside them in an exhibit that celebrates all 20 years of work that they've done.
So cool, thanks. Hey, Tom.
Good morning. Tom Durkin, District 4. I'm the creative director of the Upstate Creative Core Projects, Sierra Original Place to Go project. I've been working with each of you over this last year. Very happy to work with you and your staff. I'm very impressed. And maybe nobody thought that social justice was an art form, but we're practicing that. In the coming months, we're going to be announcing new songs written for the project. We're going to do a community survey of alternative housing to help you back up, give you some more information about what's going on out there. I'm working with the Aging and Disability Resource Center and their housing subgroup component. Also working with an art group on safe ground parking. And I'm talking on a housing resource panel for the Rivel Market. And oh yeah, we're doing a documentary. We're a little behind schedule. I've had some medical problems, but we're on schedule to produce a documentary in June. So thank you again. I want you to thank you for the support of the Upstate project. It's very important. It made it possible for me to do what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Tom.
Good morning, Chair Hardy and supervisors. My name is Robin Galvin Davies. I am the CEO of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber and Executive Director of the Grass Valley Downtown Association. And I wanted to step up here to echo your compliments of Eliza. Eliza, we are very fortunate the day that you stepped from the Yuba Sutter Arts Council to fully embrace your leadership of the Nevada County Arts Council. Through the years, you have developed the cultural district partnerships, both East and West counties, and your remarkable vision has fostered incredible installations and exhibitions throughout the county. The recent one, or the current one that's here in the Rood Center, is breathtaking. I have to say that when I walked in the door recently, not today, because I've been here several times. And I saw the exhibition. I was filled with joy. It absolutely changes the energy of this building. And as you walk upstairs and walk down the hallways and you see the children's exhibitions, you can't help but smile and just be filled with joy. So, Eliza, thank you for all that you have done to bring the arts and culture and to the awareness of the community, our county, our cities, and the residents of all of Nevada County. Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
that's
Robin.
enough. I'm going to sit down. Thank you, thank you.
Any other public comment? Any public comment calling in?
No, Chair.
Nope. With that, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any final comments for us? Nope. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. With that, thank you, Eliza and Arts Council team. Appreciate you coming in today. We're going to go back a little bit, and we're going to have hit our scheduled timed item. This is item number 26. Just letting everybody know, after this time item, the board's going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back in for our next item. But right now, we're going to have item number 26 is Sheriff Coroner Public Administrator Shannon Moon. I think we're going to hear from Sam and Officer Jay now on the public community forum regarding the Truth Act pursuant to Government Code Sections 7283 and 7283.2 to provide information to the public about immigration and customs enforcement, access to individuals, and to receive and consider public comment. With that, we'll turn it over to Sam. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable board members. Chair Bullock, thank you for letting us present this morning. My name is Sam Brown. I'm the undersheriff for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. And with me is Lieutenant Jay Now, who's going to do the presentation. The only thing I would say in the beginning before we start is a small complaint to follow Eliza and the Arts Council is really not fair. I did attend NCCLI with Eliza, and she's pretty amazing. And our voices are not going to be as soothing either, so we'll try to do our best to give you guys a good presentation this morning. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Now.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. Thank you for giving us the time to do this presentation. Thank you, Under Sheriff Brown. Sorry, like I said, my voice may not be as good as hers, so I will do my best, though. So today we're here to give a presentation on the Truth Act, transparent review of unjust transfers and holds. And the presentation will include requirements of the Act, the government codes that make up the Truth Act, the jail procedures, and finally our statistics for 2023. The Truth Act, just a little bit of background, was approved by Governor Brown in September 2016 and requires NCSO to provide an incarcerated person with a written consent prior to their ICE interview. Also provides criteria for the Sheriff's Department in cooperating with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Act also establishes policies and procedures that we must follow. One of those being Corrections Policy 502, which I'll talk about in just a moment. And it also addresses the requirements of the California government codes. So on those government codes, first one, 7282.5, this identifies the charges and conditions that must be met for incarcerated persons to be held for ICE. There is a number of requirements for that. One first thing is what they are convicted of. Low-level, nonviolent misdemeanor charges are not included on this. We actually have the penal code will give us a list of all the charges that would qualify someone to be held on an immigration detainer. They must be convicted of serious or violent crimes. They can also be convicted of a crime that is sending them to state prison. If that were to happen, they would be, the detainer would follow them to state prison, and then CDC would decide whether or not to allow ICE to pick them up. If they are on the California Sex and Arson Registry, that would allow us to honor the immigration hold. And then finally, at times, Immigration and Customs will provide us with a arrest warrant, or a national federal judge has signed a warrant for their arrest be based on immigration factors. Government Code 7283 defines which incarcerated person data we should be presenting at this yearly community forum. 7283.1 outlines the process we will follow, such as the forms and the advisements we will give to the incarcerated persons related to ICE contacts. It also tells us that we have to do this community forum every year to remain transparent with our community. And finally, Government Code 7283.2 tells us that we will not hold someone in custody based on an immigration detainer alone. There must be another, they must be in custody for local charges for us to even accept a detainer, so they can't be arrested on a hold by itself. So the Sheriff's Department has our own policy in our corrections. It's Corrections Policy 502. And this basically governs what we can and can't do when it comes to an immigration hold. If we receive a hold, we notify the incarcerated person that a hold request has been received, and we also will let them know whether or not we intend to comply with the detainer. Part of the process is they can also, the incarcerated person can elect to have someone else notified of this hold, whether it be their attorney or family or friend. They can designate someone. All ICE requests, if they want to do an interview, are strictly voluntary. So if ICE calls into the jail and wants to speak to one of our incarcerated persons, we will ask them, and if they choose not to interview, they don't have to. And all of our forms that we have 3 forms we use. They're all in multiple languages. And if we came across a language that we did not have access to, we would be able to get an interpreter or get the form for them. So the process for the jail, whenever we receive a detainer, first off, the incarcerated person is booked into the jail for whether it be local charges or could be warrants out of county or even out of state. When we do the live scan, the fingerprint, that automatically goes through DOJ as well as federal, and then we would receive either a fax or a teletype from ICE notifying us that this person is potentially in the country illegally, or they want to place a detainer. So ICE may send us a detainer. If ICE places the hold, notification is given to the incarcerated person that ICE has placed this hold. That's one of the forms I mentioned. Again, if they request an interview, consent forms are given to the incarcerated person. And once again, the interview is strictly voluntary. And they can also notify someone about the interview, such as their attorney or family and friends. And then finally, ICE receives notification of release form. If the incarcerated person meets the requirements of the penal code, whether it be off their conviction or whether they're on the registry, we will notify ICE that we're complying. We will give them a release date of when that incarcerated person is supposed to get out, and then ICE will let us know if they're going to pick up. We will not hold someone past their release date based on a hold. So if ICE doesn't show up on the date of their release, then we do not release them. So now I'm going to go over the statistics for 2023. Of those incarcerated persons with some level of ICE involvement, we had 13 bookings total. So that was throughout the whole year. As you know, we house federal inmates in our jail. None of those federal inmates had immigration holds. 2 of those were holds from other agencies. One was an out-of-county warrant. They came in on an Amador County warrant. And then, as you know, we contract with Placer County up in our Truckee jail. And one of the Placer County arrests had a immigration hold. We did not really get involved in that one because they were transferred down to the Placer County jail after a short amount of time. Out of all those bookings, all 13 were released. 0 were released to ICE. And that may mostly because they did not meet the qualifications, or they were released to the courts, or in case we had one that was sent to prison. And so the immigration hold would have gone with him to the CDC.
we take the total number of days that all the were in custodies, how many days they spent, we divide that by 365. We came up with the average one incarcerated person in custody with ICE holds on any given day. And then 29 days was the average length of stay for an incarcerated person with an ICE hold. This is a little higher than some of our past years, and that was mainly because we had one incarcerated person that had a total stay of 200 days for felony charges. He was convicted and sent to prison, and so he spent a long time in jail before going to prison. And then the other incarcerated person had 2 separate bookings, so those increased the number of days. And finally, the demographics of all those bookings. If you look at the age, we had 3 that were between the ages of 25 and 30, 8 between the ages of 31 and 40, 2 between the ages of 41 and 50. Our youngest was 26 years old, and our oldest was 43 years old. Out of all 13 were male incarcerated persons. And then the country of birth that's what they self-report to us. We don't have really any way of verifying. This is just what they're telling us. We had 7 from Mexico, 2 from India, which the 2 from India was the same incarcerated person I mentioned. They had 2 separate bookings. 1 from France, 1 from Nicaragua, 1 from England, and 1 from the Philippines. And then finally, the citizenship. Again, this is a self-reported. This is what they're telling us when we ask them a question about their citizenship. 5 reported that they were U.S. citizens, and then 8 said they were foreign citizenship. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Yeah. Familiar with this from previous years. Does any of my colleagues on the board have questions for? Any questions? Nope. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Any comment here in the board chambers regarding the Truth Act? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers, Chair.
Okay. With that, we sure appreciate your time. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. And Mr. Now and Sam, thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
With that, we're going to take a quick break for the board, and then we'll come back and address item number 27, our Community Development Agency Director and the Economic Development Plan. We're going to address item number 27. This is a Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson item. It's a resolution adopting the Economic Development Final Action Plan for 24 through 26. Ms. Kimberly Parker is going to present to us today with her team of consultants. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Parker.
Good morning, Chair Bullock and Supervisors. As said, I'm Kimberly Parker, your Program Manager for Economic Development. Today, after many months of hard work, it's my pleasure to reintroduce you to Integrated Communication Strategies, Bill Mueller, and their representative also, Jerry Azevedo, the consultants who've been working rigorously on this 2-year Economic Development Action Plan. Today's presentation will focus on the final document, which is a result of interviews, stakeholder meetings, county staff, your input, and much, much more. After the presentation, we'll be happy to answer your questions and receive final direction. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Bill Mueller.
Okay, thank you very much, Kimberly. It's been an absolute joy working with Kimberly and her leadership as part of this. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, my name is Bill Mueller. I'm your consultant, together with my colleague, Jerry Azevedo, with Integrated Communication Strategies. We have, as you know, a number of decades actually working on economic development strategy, both for rural communities as well as for very large urban communities. And it was a real pleasure working with all of you over the last 7 months. I have a presentation that could either be long or short. My hope is to be able to present it in about 10 or 15 minutes and allow ample time for you to ask questions as we go along. We know that you have copies of the plan itself, which is numbers about 31 pages, and that we've had an opportunity to preview that with you individually. So with no further ado, I'll just sort of hit the high points and sort of go from there.
Bill, a quick question, just
yes.
point of clarification. Did you want us to ask questions? We're going to hold the questions till the end.
It probably makes more sense to interrupt me during the presentation if you're okay with that, just simply because these things may provoke a question at that moment, maybe. That makes sense, Chair?
Yeah, you bet.
Completely your call.
We'll interrupt you as needed. Thank you.
Okay. So the topics that we're going to cover this morning, the plans focus on alignment, that it is driven by key informants, many of whom are here with us here in this room or online, the playbook approach that we used in developing this plan and why that's important, the actual contents, the focus areas, and how we would track results using performance measures over the course of this 2-year period. So the first thing to know about this plan, as you know well, is that this is what we call step 3 in a very methodical process that the county has undertaken. First, setting up and formalizing its economic development department. Second, hiring Kimberly Parker to lead that office. And third is that this plan is essentially the next 2 years of action, both what needs to happen within the county as an entity and the county interacting with its many partners. So we see those as the 2 interlinked work products coming out of this project. And it's very important that we recognize that this was a key informant-driven process. So this is a listing of the many leaders in your community who participated in this. We held focus groups, one-on-one interviews. Of course, we met individually with all of you as well, all to help sort of understand what makes Nevada County special, its activities and economic successes, also its challenges, and then looking for areas of alignment where this plan could provide focus and increased energy. So big picture, we know that local firms are under a great deal of stress right now. And the second bullet can be a little bit heavy, But there's a lot of things going on in our external environment right now that are weighing down the economy and individual employers. Those things are very real, and we hear them every day. And many of our leaders here working with small business or startups are grappling with this. At the same time, there is an unprecedented level of federal investment as well as state investment that is available for job creation and investment, which presents a very rare opportunity that by having this plan, the county can be even better positioned to be able to draw those dollars down that it deserves. The other thing that we know in the operating environment is that the fight for investment, talent, and economic activity remains unrelenting. And what that means to us is that Nevada County has its strengths, but it is also somewhat in competition with other surrounding counties and other places around the world. And so this is really important to sort of appreciate and understand, especially in a digital economy where people can work remotely from any place on the globe. So our implementation goals, you've seen these before, but it's everything from enhanced economic activity and tax revenues to improving branding and awareness inside and outside the county for what makes this county a great place to set up a business and to grow that business. More support for entrepreneurs and local small businesses. That's incredibly important for this county for a number of reasons. It really quickens your economic metabolism. And especially in rural communities, having a very robust startup, entrepreneurship, and small business system where there's trainings and workshops and support and early stage investment really is critical to good, solid economic growth and also laying a strong foundation. And again, this was a very important sort of planning exercise from the standpoint of bringing alignment between the county and its economic development stakeholders, and that's how this plan is really sort of driven. This plan is also set up in a way that could be unique for some. In an era when there's so much shock and disruption, having a fixed plan is sort of a recipe for it sitting on a shelf and never being picked up again. What we're finding as best practice is more of a playbook approach. Essentially, what you do is you lay out a wide range of activities, and then every year you look across those issues and opportunities and pull from them what makes sense, where there's a coalition of the willing, and what we ought to activate. So it also has a very important effect of sort of engaging every single group and activity in economic development. There are no bystanders with the playbook. So the hope is that we can move and marshal the entire community and make them sort of supporters and advocates and activists in creating a healthy, sustainable economy. So, and then of course, the second to the bottom check mark there, it really lends itself to flexibility and adaptability because we know that with so much change going on, a playbook allows you to sort of flex with the times. So this plan is set up in that manner. So these are all the things that are in your 31-page action plan. I'm going to quickly rip through these, but the highlighted areas are where we're going to spend just a little bit of time. So your plan focuses on alignment, the fact that it is key informant driven, that we describe the difference between rural and urban economic development. As part of this planning process, we also looked at all of the other sort of government and private sector plans that are out there to make sure that what we're doing is advancing the ball down the field as opposed to being in conflict with those things. So we looked and interviewed people involved in the Recreation Master Plan. We're very familiar with your energy strategy. Recently, the Sierra Business Council produced the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS. We're happy to say that this plan and that plan align very closely. There's very little daylight when you look at the content of what we've come up with and what they have come up with through their process. Not coincidentally, because we coordinated. There's a county economic profile, local trends to watch. We did a SWOT exercise. We presented a framework for you to, a way of thinking about economic development. There are 5 focus areas, all of which we'll focus on. We have sorted the things in the plan by immediate, short-term, and long-term so that we can sort of have an understanding about, well, what could we do immediately? What might need additional budget or additional permissions to move forward? We're pleased to say that the vast majority of things in the plan can be activated right away. It's just a matter of capacity and a will of the partners to move forward together. We're excited about that. We also underscore that in today's age, the importance of workforce and workforce preparedness. We heard from you and we heard from the stakeholders the challenge of finding people that can fill positions, not just whom are technically capable, but also those with soft skills, the ability to communicate, the ability to problem solve in real time, and that we prepare people for jobs where there's a tremendous amount of ambiguity and leadership is necessary. So workforce issues are threaded across the entire plan. I've already mentioned in the 3rd column that the playbook also requires an annual work plan. And already Kimberly is moving forward with bringing the partners together in the next several weeks and months to be able to sort of marshal that in anticipation of your favorable review of this. We outline key performance indicators as examples, but they're really dependent on what we choose to do in this coming year. So those will be selected. We provide a performance evaluation process and then an ongoing plan for coordination with the partners, which is all important. So with that, I'm just going to go into a very, very quick, because you have it in front of you, sort of touch point on each one of the content areas and try to move through this as quickly as possible, obviously pausing for your questions. But we know that Nevada County is first and foremost a county where population has been relatively flat. We also know that 1 out of every 3 residents today is over 65. We know that you have a number of, a high degree of people that have a bachelor's degree or higher. So you have a well-educated population. That's to your benefit. We also know that about a quarter of all families are struggling to make ends meet. And we know that through the work that Valley Vision and the Brookings Institute has done, that Gil and the ERC is leading on. We've been very careful to sort of make sure that this product and the work that Gil is doing is aligned under Kimberly's leadership. We highlight 9 trends to watch, and I'm not going to touch on all of these because, again, they're in the plan and you've already had the chance to read them, but among the things that we focus on, in addition to those that I've already mentioned, is that there was a time pre-COVID when a lot of people were commuting out of the county. We find it interesting that today, with remote work and the sort of relocation of people, that the number of people moving, working outside the county is actually much smaller. The number pre-COVID used to be in the order of about 16,000 people. Today, it's about 2,500, and that's a net number of people going out and coming in. That's the gap, if you will. that Nevada County is providing to other counties every day. We find that Nevada County's median home price is something to watch. Right now, it's $625,000 or so, which is lower than Placer County, but significantly higher than Sacramento County. This is a key finding, that knowing that workforce housing and the missing middle housing that they call it, is such an issue. When we looked at people who earn a median wage, around $80,000, and then said, well, what sort of home can you afford for that salary? And then we applied that to the housing stock in the county, and we could find 3 homes that people could basically afford at that price point. To us, it was a bit of math to help us understand the real pain and suffering that people are facing trying to find homes that they can afford in the county. So this is something that I know that you're aware of, and that from an economic development lens is very important for us to be thinking about and focused on. This last point around climate change, the climate is in fact changing. We have employers that are moving very swiftly to address those changes. This happens to, the chair knows as well, it's happening in East County significantly because of the elevation difference and where the snow is. But it is having a significant impact, and this is something that businesses are grappling with today, and will be an issue that won't just be constrained to recreation and other sort of snow-based businesses, but have a wider impact on the business community at large. This is your SWOT, your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Many people are familiar with this exercise of understanding what your strengths are, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and threats. This tool from our firm, ICS, adds 4 additional boxes. Primary opportunities and primary strengths relate. They are the places where you should maximize and invest. Likewise, primary weaknesses and opportunities relate. Those are areas where a decision is necessary. If it's a primary threat and a primary strength, it's an area to defend. And if it's a weakness and a threat, then this particular tool asks the question, why are you continuing to do that? Perhaps you should exit in order to leave room for other activity. So the plan reflects on all of the feedback that we provided and sort of organizes it in this way to help as a sort of a one-stop place to sort of understanding the nature of the economic opportunity in Nevada County, the area in gold, what we ought to do about it. Again, reflected in the plan. In my last meeting with you, last appearance in January, we presented this, this mental map of the way that we think about economic development. This is important because when people think about economic development, it conjures many different things, and people have different ideas and thoughts about how things relate. So by putting a mental map up, essentially a diagram of how we think the economy works, and economic development in particular, it helps us all get on the same page and plan together. So the inputs are on the left, the outputs are on the right. Incredibly important to economic development, those things in blue, these are your economic foundations. Workforce housing, education and workforce development, infrastructure investments, things like water and sewer and broadband, and being a great place to work. These are very important, but they're not the sum total of economic development. And often we have a lot of conversation about those topics, as well we should, but sometimes that comes at the price of not focusing on the inputs that we ought to be focusing on as well. The circles above are areas of emphasis that the county is unique and distinct in. We just heard from Eliza that the importance of the arts. Well, one of the very distinct economic assets that you have that make you different than other counties in the area is the fact that you have a huge creative class, proportionally. Lots of people in the arts, design, theater, and that is wonderful because it drives innovation and it drives economic opportunity. That could very well be one of the areas of emphasis that we want to double down on over the next 2 years and really emphasize. So we think that this is a really helpful mental map to help us in our planning going forward. These are your 5 focus areas that we pulled from all of the feedback that we received from over 30 expert interviews, key informant interviews, as well as focus groups and scanning and scraping data about Nevada County. You can read them here, but these are all incredibly important foundational activities. There are activities that the county and its partners could undertake that are not in this list. We have selected these on the basis of the feedback from your expert practitioners, again, many of whom are in this room, because these are foundational. These are the things that if you have these in place, it allows you to do other things and to do them really well. A focus on a grow from within mindset means focusing on your current employers. Current employers drive 90% of all your job gains. And so we want to focus on the firms, the companies that you have here. And also, again, providing support for startups and entrepreneurs so that they can create those businesses and that economic activity and ultimately the tax revenue that you all deserve. That is why in number 2, we see that heavy emphasis because we know that that's where the jobs come from, where the tax revenues come from, and how critically important those things are. We named the 5 sectors that we heard from not only the economic practitioners, but also from the data that are critical to the county's future. There are ways in which, in number 3, that the county can be very deliberate in providing support and investment towards economic development. We name those in the plan. We think it's incredibly important to boost the visibility of the county and its assets. That is a job that is never done. On the east side of the county, there are significant assets and resources, capacity. On the west side, a little bit less so. And so we'd like to see where there's greater need, more investment in those areas. And then there's some additional tools that we think are incredibly important for the next 2 years, again, to lay that very strong foundation so that we can build on that. In what comes next, and I would like to sort of speed through this with the chair's support. We sort of delineated a very high-level sort of slide, dedicated slide for each of the 5 focus areas, but this is sort of the underlying detail behind each of those 5 focus areas. So a focus on the creative economy strengths and local entrepreneurship, making sure that we are staying in touch with employers, especially in the unincorporated areas, so that we have a two-way communication. That is our early warning sign so that we can support and engage with business because we know they're under stress. We want them to stay in the county. We want them to be successful. So being in regular conversation is important. And that's where that business retention and expansion effort comes in. Gil and the ERC does this on the natural. We want to make it even bigger and more systemic because we find it an incredible foundational activity that leading counties are doing. We note that Mono County in particular has a very strong BRE program, something that we can take some inspiration from in Nevada County. Next up, we encourage sort of focus in these 5 areas for which the county has concentration, expertise, and unique products. And then within those areas, there are existing programs, activities that we want to build on. These include existing technology hubs and business incubators, accelerator programs for businesses. This is all, again, the importance of increasing the tempo, the economic metabolism of the county is incredibly important because that's where your job growth comes from, but also your tax revenues that are so necessary for running the county. Focusing on workforce development and attraction, you can see the other items here. Creating employer-led sector partnerships are also important. Many exist. There are some sectors within the 5 that we've identified that could use additional support. These are the areas that we are highlighting where the county, specifically as a jurisdiction and an entity, could focus over the next 2 years. So to the extent financially feasible, increasing the direct financial support for business, trade, and community groups for activities that are aligned to the action plan. So we want to incent good behavior. A lot of effort has gone into this plan for those groups that are working in accord with the plan and carrying out a part of the playbook, supporting those activities. And this would be, we would hope, dollars above a current baseline. Doing even more to reduce friction and improve the overall service experience that employers and businesses receive from the county. Making sure that we can be even more explicit in where we want to see business growth. This is somewhat a reaction to the NIMBYism that occurs in all communities, but the county could do even more, in our view, in signaling where business growth should occur, and there's particular ways in the plan that we highlight that. And then the county is already doing an incredible job in focusing on, in mobilizing around funding opportunities. So looking for its fair share of federal and state investment. And we think that that is incredibly important because these dollars will go away after 2027. So making sure that the county gets its fair share. These are the other areas within the plan where the county can do even more. I want to focus on area 3.6 very quickly. The county is a major buyer of goods and services. And what was interesting in some of the work that we had done in LA County is that LA County, the vast majority of its supply chain was not just outside of LA, not just outside of the county, not just outside of the state, but outside of the country. And so rather than contracting with local businesses for local procurement where that made sense, they were contracting with not Main Street businesses, but businesses that were out of country, essentially taking those taxpayer dollars away from the county. We think that there's a lot of opportunity in what is increasingly being called the procurement economy of using and leveraging the county's procurement and purchasing processes, as well as other employers like our healthcare institutions and others, as a way of supporting small businesses. So the plan lays out some ideas about how that might occur. And then Kimberly is very committed to keeping the drumbeat of meetings and coordination that this plan has helped spawn following COVID, to getting people back together and coordinating. So these two issues have come up frequently. These are also areas that we know that the county is very committed to. So increasing the number and range of housing types across the county, as well as broadband access, because we have a a digital economy, having broadband everywhere is incredibly important. We know you know that. It is threaded throughout the plan. And the county has planning processes outside of this economic development plan that speak to this. Boosting the visibility of the county and its assets is incredibly important. We lay out the support for existing resources and the need to focus where the need is greatest. And then adding additional tools and information to support local business growth, having an incentive fund like other jurisdictions, having other financial tools. A CDFI can be a powerful asset for local communities in getting a certain type of what can often be high risk but low dollar loans into the community. Often those are the exact thing that small businesses want but can't necessarily get. CDFIs are an effective way of doing that. And then as to yet, because we're at step 3, there isn't a how to do business in Nevada County guide yet. If there was, it's sort of grown out of date. So under Kimberly's leadership, this was important to her to be able to have sort of a resource that would be available to all businesses. So this is, I believe, the last slide. So all of those particular strategies are geared and scaled to a 2-year activation window. We think that we can focus on those things over the next 2 years, and they're the right things to focus on over the next 2 years, given the context that we're operating in. Many of the strategies, again, 70%, can be activated without additional permissions. We have in mind that there would be regular progress reporting to the Board of Supervisors. You all have requested that of the Economic Development Office. And a regular check-in with the economic partners would be the next logical step, as well as a roadshow, essentially taking it out to different sort of city jurisdictions and local government partners and describing the many different ways in the playbook in which they can continue the good work they're doing and also work with others. So we're very excited to present this. I want to underscore that this is, we had the good fortune of meeting and talking and synthesizing a lot of input. This plan is essentially the manifestation, the leadership of your economic development groups. What we've done is we've helped identify it, lift it up, and look for areas of need, but also where there's already alignment, with the understanding that if we can align behind these things, that we're going to go further, faster by partnering together. So, Mr. Chair.
Bill, thanks. Excellent report, and we've had some interim updates on it. So thank you for bringing it forward to us. I'm excited to hear the dialogue, particularly from my colleagues. There's been a lot of energy in my area regarding this plan and the elements contained within it, and how the county interacts with the stakeholders in East County. So I'm really interested to hear from everybody who's here today, and also my colleagues on the board. Do we have any? There's a lot of technical well, a couple things. There's a lot of technical information in there, which is included in your report, and also in the staff report. Is there any board member questions for Bill or for Kimberly? I have a basic one. The net outflow, does that include virtual or people categorized as remote workforce?
It does.
It does. Okay, so that's not actually, I mean, that number was about 5,400, is that right?
The net number was 2,500 plus or minus that were that the county was essentially donating to other counties, people moving outside of the county.
Moving, not working here.
I'm sorry, working on a daily basis. Commuting is the word I was
Okay, so if I was a remote worker and I worked for a company in Denver and got on a screen every day, and they paid me, and that would not count. That would be a net inflow for revenue to our county from an outside employer.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, thank you. I think you guys have done a great job on this plan. And my kind of response to this is to really see how this is going to work, it's going to involve our community partners. So the big question is, I think, what our community partners are asking right now. What is our role on this? I mean, there's lots of channels we can go, but maybe it's Kimberly, maybe. What is our next step? And I know you've done next steps, but
Our next,
with Gil and Robert and Marianne, what's the next step?
yes, I think our next step, as I think Bill alluded to in the presentation, is to pull the partners back together. I think you saw in the plan the charts that kind of broke things down. We're adding kind of an additional column to that, and at our next meeting, we hope that everyone is going to come forward marking those areas in those charts where they believe they are already doing work and where they believe going forward they can bring, some efforts to do work in that area. And then we'll take that and we'll map that and we'll begin to, as a group, start to have discussions about, what are those immediate next steps and how do we proceed? So that is one element, and anticipate meeting at least on a quarterly basis, obviously individually, more than that. And then the other piece that Bill and Jerry have been working with me on is kind of how we communicate this out. The document you have is a Word document. It's going to be, put in a format that we'll have electronically, obviously, and can share widely. But we recognize that our cities and our town may be interested in hearing reports on this, our chambers and other groups. And so really trying to, again, have that dialogue with them.
And you mentioned it too, Bill, I think that one of the best things we've done has actually put a name to our economic development department. And I think in the short time you've been here, Kimberly, we've seen some real progress made in those areas. But again, I'm kind of thinking of our partners out there. And I know this is not just a county issue. I see Robin out there. Our cities need to be successful too, and I know you've factored that in, so.
Yes, Supervisor, I want to make clear that the comments from the very beginning on this is that while the county is helping to drive and facilitate the plan development, the actions in the plan are community-wide. And we believe that this plan will be successful only with their participation in the activities that they're going to do to move forward. So Bill and Jerry, I think in all their interviews, et cetera, have really tried to press upon everyone. This is their plan as much as a document that's being presented by the county.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, I think the folks are going to sit down with you and say, okay, tell us exactly what it is. Thanks, Kimberly. Thank you, Bill and Jerry.
Any other questions?
Thank you for all the work you've done on this. I know a lot has gone into this, and there's more to refine from what I see. It's still very big picture, and it looks pretty comprehensive. I think my concern, and it's not specifically with the plan, it's with the reality, is that you mentioned the headwinds coming forward and the fact that we still just don't have enough housing. And now with the fire insurance issue, that's getting worse. And so I wonder if we need to be creative in figuring out where we focus on this, that we can't just be running out there marketing, more businesses to move to Nevada County when we don't have homes for people. So we have to think creatively about what exactly we're trying to attract and how that fits with the existing housing stock and broadband issues. And are we then focusing on tourism and day people who can, and do we have enough hotels and Airbnbs? Is that the focus until we can get the housing situation better? Or I worry how we're gonna, I think there's a lot of great ideas in here, but how are we gonna make that fit with the reality of our housing situation. And in terms of our role, I think that's a good question too. I feel like our role continues to be really most valuable as convener, but I don't see a ton of money coming from the county, not big pots of money unless we can help to access grants. So I guess those are my comments. Thanks. Go ahead.
Well, just picking up on the last point about grants, your comprehensive economic development strategy as well as this plan are things that literally win you extra points when you apply to the Department of Commerce and other federal agencies. Federal agencies will look, have you engaged the community? Do you have a roadmap on what you're doing with your economy? How do you want to grow, and is it consistent with your fiscal request? So you already have a leg up by adopting this plan and saying, yes, we have a roadmap, we have a lot more that we need to do. And in fact, in our work, we know that there are quite a few grants that are available. There's literally hundreds of millions of dollars that our hope is, and it's written into the plan, that the county can emphasize even more its desire to go after those economic development grants that are available. The Serve for California Jobs First program also offers opportunity. That's something that I know that Gil and Kimberly are looking at. So the county can be a convener both of people, partnerships, and money. And this plan can provide sort of a roadmap and a rationale behind that.
I would just add to that too, Supervisor, that you're absolutely right. I mean, these are big challenges we have. I sit on both the broadband and the housing work groups within the county. And so, we will work in tandem with efforts that they are doing. There are a lot of things in the plan that aren't starting with driving people to our community as an example. And so that's going to be part of the first steps, is to really look at the realities we're in. That's part of why Bill called it a playbook, because these are all important things we'd like to do for our county, but we have to be thoughtful about the order in which we start to do our work.
Sue?
No, I appreciate the work that went into this, really interesting, and I think when I look at this too, it's about creating what we have within. I think that's the first step, is what we have here that we can build, people that already have homes, people that are here that can actually learn and be able to build and grow business with other folks that live here. So if we can do that without reaching out bigger, we get better, smaller first, I guess. It sounds silly, but it's really where we have to start. We have a lot of entrepreneurs. We have artistic people here. We have people in home businesses that maybe want to start to build. And that's what I love about what's happening in your office, Kimberly, is we have some new people looking into businesses that they want to build here where they've already been here and established in a different area. And that's all going to come with collaborating with how we do it through regulation and building and planning. And that's where I think this is going to be key locally, is helping those folks get through those processes and that we can make them successful here now and in this place. I thought the numbers were interesting about the people that left the county for work versus the ones that are driving into the county. Those were really interesting numbers. And I mean, we all deal with that with transportation and how we move people back and forth. So it all has a key component. So I'm interested. I know sometimes I want to look at the bigger, huge picture, but I like the inside of this, that's the smaller focus that I really think that we're going to see some movement on. So been interesting. I appreciate the work that went into this. And I'm looking forward to how we can gain some dollars that really do help our small businesses. That's another interesting statistic, how many businesses are actually in Nevada County. And I like that idea too of how we move that forward so that we can help those folks and have that information that they don't really, we don't have business license. We don't have a way to follow up and help people with where they might be having issues. They didn't even know they can come to the county, right? So all those kinds of things are going to help, I think. So appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Swarthout, anything?
I don't really have any questions. I think that this is a very ambitious, comprehensive plan, and I look forward to watching how we work on implementing it. I hope that when you're talking about convening your partners, most of those people sit around the table at the Economic Resource Council, so I think that's a great resource for bringing everybody together, and they meet monthly already. So I guess from my perspective, I don't want to see us doing a lot of duplication of efforts and really using our existing resources to fill some of the gaps. The one issue that, and it's not really a question, it's more of an observation, is the branding component that we're talking about. Because in my experience of working with this for years, it's very difficult to brand Eastern and Western County together. And so there needs to be some sort of an agreement between all of us of what resources are going to be given for branding effort. I always say when you get to say Tahoe next to your name, you don't need us down on this western side. So, but I'm very hopeful in this discussion that we can figure out maybe some cross branding and promotion and work together, but fully appreciating that there's a lot of differences between the Eastern and Western County. And one other observation is, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, tourism and recreation were not part of this county's economic development plan. And as a person who benefited from both of those things when I owned a business here, I'm really glad to see that we are thinking differently. I think COVID emphasized a lot of the recreational components of our county and the importance of it outside, bringing people in from the outside. So I was really pleased to see that that's such a large component of the work that you're doing. So obviously I'll be monitoring and, watching how we move forward and whatever I can do to help just from, my past experiences. I'm happy to do that.
I would just comment, Supervisor Swarthout, that yes, the plan also outlines a lot of groups and entities that are meeting, and so there is going to be strong emphasis in looking at where to go in without creating all new committees and entities where possible. I'll also just add that I sit on the Visit California Gold Country Strategic Plan Regional Advisory Committee and the California Jobs First Leadership Council. The California Jobs has come out with bookings information, and Visit California has come out with their own survey data. And it's very interesting to see that both of those that have come out recently also highlight tourism and recreation and arts and culture as one of the highest assets of Nevada County. So we're getting very consistent data coming from a wide variety of sources, which is very helpful and interesting.
And if I could add just very quickly, I just wanted to, I know it's an observation, I just want you to know how seriously we do take the importance of distinguishing what East County and West County needs are, and how we will take that into account in the activation of this plan.
To add one more. Yeah, on that note, since you've talked about Jobs First, and that came up at a meeting we had actually with Wade Crowfoot at the Natural Resources CNRA?
California Natural Resources.
California Natural Resource Agency. They were really looking at connecting jobs and recreation, and with a nod to climate change and the way that's changing tourism and recreation. And they sounded pretty excited about the small bit of work we had talked to them about, thinking that we might be sort of an innovative county when we're looking at that particular topic. So that might be something to key off of, to look at how do we frame that in a way that's attractive to those folks who might help fund some of this. And it might be a way to pull the two sides of the counties together as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I want to just touch on the East-West piece because it's been such a kind of hallmark of what I've tried to enhance and break down both simultaneously. How can we help each other, and how can we break down barriers that keep us in the delivery of service provision for Eastern County? But I just want to commend Bill, your team, and Kimberly, you, and Tricia for being so willing to jump into these calls with the Eastern County stakeholders. We met with VTT and Truckee Chamber of Commerce, who both did a really deep dive into the document and provided these really pretty critical comments that you were able to answer and then integrate some, and some weren't, right? But you just did a great job, and so thank you so much for the willingness and the kind of the open-mindedness and intellectual honesty that went into that whole process, because it was a little tough there at points, just kind of grappling with what the county needs as a whole. The one piece that I took away from it, and I'm kind of an optimist in this regard, but really they're willing to help. I think East County is really willing to provide anything to make the county as a whole and our region as a whole successful economically. And I think the Truckee region, then Lake Tahoe has been a great example, and the Reno Tech Center areas are a great example of regional connection, right? So if you meet people, a lot of times people in Truckee are actually from Reno or have businesses in Reno or vice versa, and it all kind of works. For me, just a little bit more, the implementation, I think, is where it's at. That's what concerns me about the plan. I think the plan itself is excellent. I think the implementation is going to take a lot of work. And I don't know if we've necessarily equipped you for enough success in the future, and that's a different conversation, not today, but in the future. And I don't know what it means. And Supervisor Hall had a good point about, we don't have a lot of money to spend on things, but maybe the strategy that we use or the way that we handle our activities could help. Going forward. Some of the more affordable things that I see happening from this plan are really connecting with the businesses that are doing it successfully now, people that already have figured out why their business and even large businesses are located here. We know that some businesses have left. That's up to them, but I think there's a lot of reasons why, if I was a business owner, an entrepreneur, why I would locate here. And I think if we can engage our legacy business owners here that are doing it right and really pull from them the data that we need. I had a great conversation with the kind of an industry leader of local business who has since retired, and asked him exactly what it's going to take us to the next level. When my children are ready to start a business here, what's that going to look like for them, that landscape? But I'd like to see more of that in your activity and in the plan, frankly. The goal number one, for the grow from within part, I think we're really doing it. I mean, I see organizations doing that. So I would say for me, if you're asking one board member, I'd rather focus on the other goals, number two, which is tech and healthcare. And I'll just mention that healthcare for me, the county is a huge provider of healthcare in all kinds of ways. Our Health and Human Service organization is almost $57 to $58 million in that budget unit. And so that's an opportunity to bring money and insource those jobs in healthcare, in Health and Human Services into this county and bring that money here. So I'd like to see something in there on that. And then I was just going to mention on the environment piece, it's interesting because it's not just the fact that when extreme like environmental changes and climate change, it's not just the snow, right? It's really communities can't visit burned areas anymore. It's like Plumas County and Greenville. You're not going back there to spend time in Greenville in my lifetime. You're not going to visit pieces of Plumas County that have been lost to catastrophic wildfire. So it's the indirect or those tertiary pieces that I think are going to really suffer unless we understand that climate change is a direct factor on our success economically. I think we just really need to understand and tie those two together. And Supervisor Hall and I were meeting with Wade Crowfoot, and he had a lot of the energy of the state of California is kind of designed to connect economics with the natural environment. So I think it's the next part of where the grant funding and the cycle of money that's going to come in to help our community is going to come through that portal. Through the color of money is going to be green from that kind of green initiative from the state. I think that's about it for me. I do think the one piece, we had these stakeholder meetings in East County in December, I think it was late December, and it was every single one of them wanted to talk about housing, and they wanted to talk about how they're going to get their employees to East County. And so I think if we can figure out housing in some respect or get pieces of it put together, we'll probably end up solving some of the building blocks of our economic development piece. What's interesting too in East County, and you'll see this, is that we have no more capacity for economic development because we're packed and jam-packed. The roads are packed, the restaurants are packed, the stores are packed during most of the period of time. And we don't have enough housing. So what happens, all that money is going to other communities where people live and commute. And so all of that revenue is lost. And I think it's critical if we can get there somehow to provide that element. Lots to talk about, and I'm sure we will talk more on that. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you so much for your time. We'll go ahead and open it up to public comment here in the chambers first. Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Michael Taylor, District 1. What I'm hearing is we got to move urgently, and we all know that government moves extremely slow. A couple of the recommendations that I would have for our county is to look at the projects that are coming into play in the near future, where our areas are that we just built a highway up Highway 20. We're looking at bridge construction. We're looking at several housing developments that have been built over the last few years that should have raised our population, but in fact, our population has taken a dip. So I think we need to understand we're building houses, but population's taking a dip. I think that needs to be an area that we should probably look at, understand how that's possible. And then another area is to figure out how to reduce the cost of doing business in Nevada County, or at least flatten it out so that it doesn't continue to go up. Trying to look at areas that we can flatten out. One of the statistics that I was looking at real quickly, 15% of California is, where am I at here? 15% of the population in California is over 65. 30% of the population in Nevada County is over 65, 65. The unemployment number is 5.1 for California and 4.1 for Nevada County. When you factor in retirement, I think our unemployment rate is actually quite a bit higher than per population as we're talking about. Another area that I think, I'm not gonna run out of time. Another area that I'm thinking about we need to look at is supplemental spending. Areas that we can improve supplemental spending. Nevada City just did it by giving a bonus to its employees, but it had to be spent in Nevada City. My suggestion is that work with stakeholders, county employees, bonuses somehow end up going directly to businesses in Nevada County. There's half of the county's employees, half of the county salary is benefits of above their base pay. So I think we need to look at how to get our own businesses and county to spend locally, registered business that are owned locally. Education, I think we need to work on an education plan that looks at where we're at in our development. Our development in the beginning is going to be construction, and I think that we could somehow work with Sierra College, local contractors association, and others to really look at how to improve the education of supporting contractors in development and building. The other area down the road would be tech, bringing businesses in. I'm running out of time. The part about giving bonuses back to local businesses and helping them with development, encouraging housing under 1,200 square feet, and adding a permit to a septic tank to add another unit. That's like a fraction of what I want to talk about.
Yeah, good comments. Thank you, Michael.
Good morning again. Tom Durkin, District 4, Sierra Ridge Creative No Place to Go project. I was struck by a sense of deja vu because we heard the same thing in the Integrated Solution Systems report in January, and I thank you very much for emphasizing the role of the creative community in this community. And it's kind of a rule of thumb that 90% of the money made by the creative community goes to 10% of the people. Most of the creative community are low income, but we are workforce housing. We are workforce, and we need workforce housing. And short of building hundreds of units, thousands of units, the most obvious way to me is that people are living in SUVs, yurts, shipping containers, anywhere they can find offices, warehouses, anything with running water and toilets meets minimum health and safety standards that I've discussed with the building department and environmental health and all of you, of course. We have existing housing, and if we opened up that market, that would be almost instant housing. It's emergency basis. It's not ideal, but we have to meet this housing need now. And we haven't really defined what workforce is, what the income is, but people do live in these places, and they do not need to be moved unnecessarily. We would like to work with you, develop something that is safe for everybody and meets our immediate need for housing now. It's not a long-term solution. It's just what do we do now? Because people have to find a place to live now, and commuting from Yuba City or Sacramento or Roseville is not a solution. We want to live and work and play in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Chair Bullock and Supervisors, Robin Galvin Davies, CEO of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber and Executive Director of the Grass Valley Downtown Association. First, I'd like to say that the creation of the Economic Development Department is timely. Secondly, pairing tourism and recreation with business development, both of those elements are strong economic drivers, is wonderful. As Supervisor Swarthout mentioned, tourism was not a part of the county's business development plan in the past, and so we're grateful that that's been included. Yes, there are challenges, but what's really wonderful is this playbook gives you flexibility, and you're not honed into a timeline to address the certain topics or elements that are written within the plan. So what we're grateful for is that the plan is focused on building and engagement, community engagement, and leveraging your community partners to find solution opportunities. So we look forward to the evolution of the action plan. We encourage you to adopt it today. And thank you so much for all the enormous work that you've done, both on the county level and the supervisors supporting this action plan, Bill and Jerry, for your input and helping us distill down what we need, and Kimberly, your leadership of the Economic Development Department. Thank you so much.
Oops. Thank you, Robin.
Gil Matthew, a resident of District 3, representing the Nevada County Economic Resource Council. So I stand here today to support and confirm the importance of the Economic Development Action Plan 2024-26 and its pivotal role in shaping our understanding of the economic world of Nevada County. This plan can serve as a bedrock upon which policies can be crafted, businesses founded, and our community may prosper together. This economic action plan can not only be merely an academic exercise, but an indispensable tool for navigating the complexities of this unique rural county. Your investment, together with the energies of the invested partners, will make a significant improvement in the conduct of economic development in Nevada County. Together, we can harness the power of combined economies to build a more prosperous and equitable future for all. So I salute the plan's recognition of the value of the contributing partners beyond the county itself. And we would like to add our name to page 12 of those people participating in this, and we look forward to the actions of 3.7 on page 12. In the category of putting the strategies into action, some 16 items were ranked as immediate. This may be a very heavy lift, and the Economic Resource Council wants you to know that we will stand by to continue to assist the county staff in achieving these goals. Altogether, this plan is solid, doable, and desirable. I thank you for having this plan be made. I thank you for creating the plan, and we look forward to working together.
Thank you, Gil.
Good morning again. Eliza Tudor, Executive Director at Nevada County Arts Council. Regarding the adoption of the county's Economic Development Action Plan today, I'd like to commend Kimberly's approach in leading the development of this plan and the contracting of Integrated Communication Strategies, ICC, to lead stakeholder engagement and the formulation of recommendations. I'm grateful particularly to the thoughtful approach of Bill Mueller and Jerry Azevedo in truly listening to our cohort of stakeholders, including myself. I threw a lot of information at Bill, including both broad and specific research on the role of arts and culture in economic development, the essential nature of public investment in it, and the unique profile that Nevada County presents across all supervisorial districts in terms of artists as businesses per capita, our California cultural districts east and west, and the opportunity for economic growth. While we might have enjoyed a more explicit reference to the benefits of investing in our role as your state local partner in supporting in turn such a critically important local sector, we appreciate the sheer number of times the arts are referenced in the county's Economic Development Action Plan and look forward to working with Kimberly's office and the county to drive success through this important playbook. As you have heard today, the sector itself represents not only an engine of economic activity, but also a vehicle for important messaging, education, and visioning in connection with all manner of social issues important to us all. Issues such as housing, homelessness, climate mitigation, health equity, and access to career development. These social issues are keenly tied to economic health for all. So, again, looking forward to our work ahead together as a solution partner, and good job, Kimberly and everyone.
Thank you, Eliza.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Stuart Baker. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce. And first of all, I'd like to appreciate the consultants, Bill and Jerry. We really felt heard. I heard that from other stakeholders that participated. I felt that, and that's really appreciated because that doesn't always happen. So that's a great thing. The Chamber of Commerce in Nevada City, we're 370 members, and 98+% are small businesses. And the number one issue I hear from them, and I know you've heard it all through the morning and through, I don't know how many years, workforce housing. I mean, that's just, it's even more dire than the explanation that you gave that, oh, $79,000, only 3 homes could be afforded. We're talking about employees that work in our coffee houses and everywhere. I mean, that's way out of even whether they're aspirational too. So when we're looking at workforce housing, we're really looking at the essential workers' work housing. So it's not, oh, let's just build more homes on streets. It's like, no, it's, you know, let's figure out creative ways that we can get people housed together. And I know the city of Nevada City has looked at some really interesting ideas, encouraging co-housing. I mean, I would say on the county level, to your point, Supervisor Schofield, on, okay, well, what can the county do? ADUs, I mean, here's a chance to get the private sector, private individuals involved, encouraging ADUs, so you can build up that housing. I mean, that's a really dramatic way where people use their own investment dollars to help the county, help themselves, and lessen the crisis on housing. And excited to work further. I mean, Nevada City, we're built on tourism. Sustainable tourism is really the direction that we'd like to go. So we really want to work towards that, and we really appreciate the focus on that because we see that as the future as well. So Kimberly, thanks for your work as well in organizing all of us, and we look forward to working with you in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart.
Much taller person. Good morning, this is Heather Heckler, Program Manager for the GVNC Cultural District, and I just want to, again, echo what everyone else has said. Thank you to Kimberly and Bill for just making this a model process. And I loved what you said about no bystanders. I'm taking that from you. Yes, there are obvious issues and stressors for our creative community. Everyone's mentioned housing, obviously. We need more workforce housing. I think we also need to really think about wages and recognize the value of creative work and pay people accordingly. You know, we mentioned in the report, you mentioned more support for local small businesses. That's something that I've realized that Nevada County Arts Council does really, really well. I would ask you to invest in Nevada County Arts to continue to expand our career development efforts for artist-led businesses. Also, you know, I kept thinking as I was watching this, how also, I think that's the major question, is there's so much here, how do we do it? Well, I'm a really practical person. I recently worked for all of you. One of the things that comes to mind is hire artists and pay them well. They have a really unique strength in listening, synthesizing, and conveying ideas and information, and they're your translators. They can help you connect with the community and build awareness around your most pressing issues. So housing, obviously, wildfire, climate, mental health, civic engagement, homelessness. We need to build the creative strategies into your grants. So if you have a grant that's related to wildfire, build some creative strategies into that grant. You can pay artists to help you convey your message. And then I just want to say, when you invest in the arts, everyone benefits. I think we saw that today in Eliza's presentation. Businesses, government, we could do a whole session on the health impacts of the arts. And we're just see so many opportunities for partnerships in this plan and really looking forward to working with you and your staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather, for your comments. Good comments. Anybody callers on the line?
We do have one caller, Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and call her, and then we'll take the next chamber commenter after that, and then I'm going to close public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Matthew Coulter. I hope you can hear me. I'm walking down the street to the bus right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Anyone there?
Matthew, yep.
Okay, good. Very good. My concern is Airbnbs. I was in a planning commission meeting for Grass Valley this last week, and the entire neighborhood had an appeal against the Airbnb going in on High Street and Neal Street, and I think it was 16 families involved with the appeal, and the city just wasn't interested in hearing what any of the folks had to say. And I'm just wondering, in this report, how Airbnbs are approached. Is there a number with a cap? Because there's far more than what is being touted. And what are we planning on doing as far as having a cap like some other places have that have lost their workforce housing availability? Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. STRs in my neighborhood have been a source of all kinds of ordinance and jurisdictions and consternation, but it may be good to get an FAQ out on STRs for the county. I know I learned something when I called Brian Foss, and I just throw that out there, Michael's comment, Matthew's comment. Thank you. Our last public commenter here in the chambers, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. Robert Trent, Executive Director, Sierra Commons, resident of District 1. So I just love seeing the place sharp focus on investing in local entrepreneurship, small business formation and support, and the county's creative economic strengths as 1.1. All for it. Great work, everybody. I encourage the supervisors to adopt this plan, and I look forward to working with all my colleagues here to collaborate and move this forward. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in and taking the time to comment. We are exactly on schedule, which is incredible. Item number 29. Thank you, Kimberly Parker, and to the ICS consultant team, and to Tricia for leading this process. Much appreciated. Looking forward. I got ahead of myself. I will entertain a motion to accept this.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. And one quick supervisor request, Allison, if we could, and I hope my colleagues will support this, just get a one-page report back quarterly on the KPIs that are listed in the document. And it could just be very brief. It could even go on consent just so we can see the progress of the activity.
Right, and I'll remind the board, we also provide updates on our ClearPoint report. And so we'll look at either if it can't be included there to provide additional documentation quarterly.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks so much. And with that, we'll move on to item number 29, the Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson. This is a resolution authorizing a professional service contract between the County of Nevada and the Community Foundation of Nevada County. I think Kimberly Parker's still here, and she's going to introduce this item with our guest, Christine Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, you can't get rid of me that quickly. So I'm very excited to bring the next presentation forward, as it has been a long time coming. Since I have been in Nevada County for over 23 years now, there has been a dream and talk about a community foundation for the western side of our county. Through strategic grant making and leadership, community foundations play a key role in identifying and solving community problems. Today, Christine Kelly, the Community Foundation of Nevada County's interim CEO, will provide a presentation on where they are today. I will then briefly run through the contract and scope of work, and we will answer any questions that you have. Christine?
Good almost afternoon. We're just a few minutes shy of the afternoon. So thank you very much for hearing us today. My name is Christine Kelly. As Kimberly said, I am the interim CEO of the Community Foundation of Nevada County. As Kimberly said, that well over 15 years ago, a group of visionaries came together to explore the possibility of a community foundation in this region. Several of those OGs, as I like to call them, are in the audience today, including Kimberly Parker and my dear friends and mentors, Gary Quayle and Leo Granucci. A community foundation in Western Nevada County has been a dream for a long time. But just 2 years ago, in January of 2022, a group of us presented the seed of an idea by by Supervisors Hall and Hook as our sponsors. We planted the seed of what a community foundation could do for Nevada County. Thanks, Kimberly. We have formed an extraordinary board led by and chaired by Richard Baker, and has had some really fabulous representatives, community representatives, such as Jennifer Singer, who is the executive director of Bright Futures for Youth, Daniela Fernandez, who is the mayor of Nevada City, Tom Ivey, a Grass Valley City Council member, and Yolanda Cookson, who is a field representative for Assemblywoman Megan Dolly. So why a community foundation, and why now? Community foundations create a culture of giving. They engage and mobilize donors as participants and leaders in community problem solving, helping donors to share not just their money, but also their knowledge, expertise, and networks. They support the nonprofit sector. Community foundations offer competitive grant opportunities using unrestricted or field of interest funds. They also help amplify marketing and advocacy of the sector as a whole, and can provide investment services for endowment funds. They enhance community capacity. Community foundations can build the knowledge and capacity of community-based organizations to achieve their goals through training, technical assistance, coaching, referrals, and other learning opportunities. And they build useful knowledge. They have both firsthand contact with community problems and access to information, ideas, and approaches outside of their localities. They can spot trends, surface issues, provide analysis, and serve as hubs for community information. In enhancing philanthropy, a community foundation derives its value from a dual capacity to both shine light on issues of local importance and attract resources to meet those needs. In this way, they're champions for community philanthropy as a force for local development that strengthens capacity and builds trusting and resilient communities where all people can participate and prosper. When we did our feasibility study, we reached out to many donors who had been and philanthropists who had been very active in our community. Every one of them was so excited to build a community foundation here. They understood the idea of providing that long-term stability, that permanent foundation that could help strengthen community resilience. And lest a lot of people think, well, a community foundation in a rural area, how is that going to help? How is that really going to help us? And I'd like to share with you this example. In just 20 years, the Community Foundation of the North State, which was formerly Shasta Regional, grew in assets from $600,000 to over $33 million in held assets. They've contributed over $30 million in scholarships and grant awards to their community, and at this point give out over $9 million in assistance to their region. Community foundations strengthen nonprofits. I think this is probably what community foundations are most well known for. They bring together the resources of individuals, families, and businesses to support effective nonprofits in their communities. They have deep and sustained knowledge of the nonprofit sector, and they bring those collaborations together, building energy and helping to create an expanded culture of giving. A great example of this is the California Endowment, who has a very large $10 billion statewide campaign funded by them and the state, which is providing over $3 million a year in funding to execute this initiative in the Humboldt community. Very often, we're compared to Humboldt in terms of our demographics, and through the Humboldt Area Community Foundation and the Wild Rivers Community Foundation, note like us, they have two now, the foundation has been able to basically passes those funds through to the local nonprofits in their community. And you can bet that we are already in conversation with the California Endowment. Community foundations also build community vitality. Leadership happens when foundations act as valuable partners and drive positive change in the area they serve. The modern community foundation is interested in transforming the lives and communities that it serves, working with the Economic Resource Council, working with Nevada County Arts. It is value add to the community and seeks partnerships whenever possible. A terrific example of this is impact investing. So many of you may understand impact investing, but for those of you who don't, sometimes there are opportunities where you can bring together investors, private and public capital, and leverage both to increase resilience and stability and housing, as we're talking about in your community. The Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation leveraged a $250,000 investment and helped secure over $4 million in funding in order to secure the needed tax credits to build the mixed-use development of the Truckee Artist Lofts. They played a critical role in that development and now have secured both housing for artists in their community as well as increased retail space and tourism opportunities. And community foundations partner with local government in addition to other nonprofits in their community. Their collaboration ensures that both public and private institutions are working together towards common goals and avoiding those duplication of efforts, as you mentioned earlier, and ensuring maximum impact. From a government perspective, independent funders like community foundations can build partnerships across sectors, give government a human dimension, and help leverage public funding and are free of the short-term mindset of elected bodies. I hear over and over again that government can't do it all. Well, we're here to help. As many of you know, the Nevada County Relief Fund was a volunteer effort that grew out of the county's desire to do something about the awful and overwhelming effect that COVID had on our small business and nonprofit community. In 2020, I think within probably 9 to 12 months, this partnership raised over $1.5 million for COVID and wildfire relief, supporting 30 safety net nonprofits, 150 local small businesses, and 50 families affected by the 2 wildfires that hit our region. Many of you know that to our north, the North Valley Community Foundation has been instrumental in this area in disaster relief. They have been able to raise over $63 million in relief for victims of the Camp Fire, but not just immediate relief. They're deeply involved in the long-term sustained efforts of what it takes to rebuild a community after such a disaster. Our mission is to connect people, resources, and ideas to build a healthy and vibrant Nevada County. Our process, we've been through a rigorous process. Many of you may wonder what's happened in the time between January of 2022 and now. We've done research, discovery, we've held stakeholder interviews, we've done a feasibility study on what the funding situation looks like in Nevada County, what type of philanthropic revenue is available. We've designed our business model structure, our case statement and pitch materials, and of course, continue to have investor and stakeholder interviews. And now we are in the implementation and sustainability process. We are ready to hit the go button. Our structure is that we are led by our board of directors, underneath which would sit our CEO and foundation staff. We see ourselves as having 5 structural lines of business: collaborative infrastructure, community capacity building, operating programs, donor management services, and grant making. Currently, under community capacity building, we see the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, which many of you are very well aware of, as supporting our nonprofit community, as coming up underneath the umbrella of the Community Foundation. The Nevada County Relief Fund will shift operations from being an all-volunteer-led effort to coming up underneath the Community Foundation's banner. We operate with what is called a capital absorption framework. And when I'm sitting here listening to the economic resource, or the new economic development plan, I couldn't help but understand, to just look at the parallels between these 2 projects. The capital absorption framework came out of more metropolitan areas trying to understand why their cities were flyover cities: Baltimore, Twin Cities, Cleveland. Why were they not able to draw down on the revenue that was available for grants that were going into larger cities? And they found that it wasn't necessarily a matter of dollars, although dollars available is absolutely important. But it's really a matter of 3 issues: articulating shared priorities, creating an investable pipeline of projects, and improving the enabling environment. Everything that I have heard today from the Nevada County Arts Council, from the Economic Development Office, is all echoing those same 3 priorities. So together, with philanthropic, public, and private capital working together, we believe that we will have a thriving community in the future. Our key partners, in addition to those that we've talked about so far, are of course the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, who was kind enough to sponsor our project as we were getting off the ground, and now they will be coming up underneath our umbrella. And we've had tremendous mentorship and leadership from the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, which, as you know, sits just to the other side. We hoped to work, to your point, Supervisor Bullock, we hope to work with TTCF to really strengthen the concept of a community foundation that goes beyond borders. We are affiliated with the League of California Community Foundations, which is our community foundation professional league, and we are also a member of the Council on Foundations. The type of rigor that we are subjecting ourselves to in terms of policies, procedures, really making sure that we are not just crossing our T's and dotting our I's, but making sure that we are a beacon of responsibility, both fiscal and in governance structure and policies and procedures. We came before this body 2 years ago, and with the concept that a $750,000 investment now could lead to over $10 million in impact for Western Nevada County over the next decade. We have raised the first year of matching funds of $250,000 ask over 3 years from the county, and intend to continue to raise this with our Catalyst Fund. And finally, I just want to say that this has been an extraordinary process, and it has had many, many people involved in it. So I want to thank not just you for considering this proposal, for waiting on us to when we were ready to launch, but I want to thank everybody in the room who has been incredibly supportive. Again, all of our community partners, our donors, and we really look forward to working in partnership with the county, with the Arts Council, with the Economic Development Office, with the ERC, to really expanding upon both of that, the new economic development plan, but also really growing philanthropy in our region. So thank you.
And I would just briefly remind the supervisors that we are bringing before you today a contract for $250,000 over 3 years, so $83,000 plus a year, to do the following scope of work: administer the Nevada County Relief Fund, engage with our Office of Emergency Services to explore a Western County Community Organizations Active in Disaster COAD program and see if that's feasible. There's one that is administered on the eastern side of the county through Tahoe Truckee Foundation, so we want to explore whether that would work on this side of the county as well. Facilitate collaboration and engagement with the County of Nevada and the nonprofit sector, and coordinate with the Economic Development Office on community initiatives that will align directly with our Nevada County objectives. The foundation, as Christina's mentioned, will match county dollars 2-to-1 or $166,000 each year. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Bullock, and supervisors for your questions and input.
Yeah, great presentation. It's exciting. It was really cool to see what you've done since the last time we talked with you, and all the people that I'm sure have contributed on the board and in the community. I'm totally thrilled. And I was just going to turn it over to Sue, maybe to open us up on this item as one of the co-sponsors back. You know, you and Heidi worked on this.
Yeah, thanks. So, well, actually, we started this conversation, but the work's being done here, which has been very exciting. We knew this wasn't going to be an overnight process. It's really exciting to see this. I love looking at your leadership roster here. You've got some wonderful people to work on this board. I just feel like we've watched what these foundations do throughout the state of California and other places, and it's really a remarkable benefit to a community. This is huge. I think this is a giant step, and I'm really glad that we as a county are, well, hopefully today, is stepping forward into that mode. And I guess really the realization of the disasters that we went through, as well as COVID and what it did, really gave you an eye-opener of what we need to be able to provide in a community. And I'm very excited where this is headed. So, and for your work, thank you, you and Richard. Been on like the first page since the beginning of this concept of an idea of where to take it. And I think you've done a remarkable job. I'm excited to see this really launch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Hall.
Yeah, thank you. This is super exciting. I mean, what you've developed and the possibilities are so much bigger than I realized was even possible when we first talked about it. The fact that I think you've created a key to those bigger foundations nationally and internationally even that we haven't really accessed here in this county at all. And you can bring them in and help turn that around and benefit all of our others nonprofits and arts and organizations in the county is really thrilling. And I learned a lot. Thank you for briefing me before the meeting today. I learned a lot about what other possibilities are out there and the way you can help really bring resources in for the right things, the things that we all want to see thrive here, and be a benefit rather than a competition as well to all the folks who are also looking for grant funds. So I'm thrilled. I didn't realize how much work this would be, that you needed to be part of these other councils. Of course, you had to get your 501c3 status and develop all your documents. But you've really, it sounds like, done an incredibly thorough job setting us up for a real success. And I couldn't be more excited. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. I think for me, I mean, I've heard this discussion in the community for many years, as has Kimberly and the rest of the people who are here today to support, and to, I believe, support what you're doing. One question that I had, the 1.5 million that was raised through the relief fund, do you know the percentages of how much that was public money versus individual donations?
I don't have those on hand, but I believe about half was assisted in government money, and about half was raised from individuals.
And that's good to know, because that gives me a good idea of what the feasibility is for raising money through the community, not just public dollars going into it. I think what really hit home for me in this discussion starting back in 2018 was the campfire in Paradise, which is the reason that you see such a huge amount of money that went into that North Valley community fund. They received money from all over the country, all over the world, I believe, and there was a place for it to land. So I think it's really important for us in looking at this. The reasoning for doing this is if we were to have a major disaster like that, there is a place for people who want to help locally to be able to, for that money to land somewhere versus, a dozen different organizations that potentially do some of the same work, but it really dilutes the impact of the dollars without having this one place for it to go. So I'm very appreciative of the work that you're doing, and I look forward to, as you move forward, to seeing the development plan that you prepare for how you're going to raise the money, and then looking to see the money that the county is going to be contributing to this, helping fund those activities for the first few years. So, good job.
And Supervisor Swarthout, as you can imagine, I have a little bit of background on the money that ran through that, because it was through the hospital foundation. We can get you that exact figure. What I can tell you is everything that ran through the foundation and the website were private donations. The county money was all elevated on the county side, so we can get you an exact figure on that.
Christine, excellent presentation. Really appreciate that. I kind of go way back to like the 49er fire. And I can remember the public coming together using KNCO radio, and I forget the amount that was raised, but it was a large sum of monies. And I also recall it wasn't easy handling that money. I think by the time they finally had it all distributed, they went, thank God, it's gone. And then the recent fires, like the river fire in my own district, and the Snowmageddon, which really got me thinking about the foundation, and you guys bringing it forward. I think my vision wasn't beyond those disasters. I'm thinking, wow, this is a great idea. The next time we have a terrible fire, snowstorm, whatever it might be, we will have that fund. And today, you're making the presentation, like Hardy says, is exciting. And the comment you made, too, the parallels between what you're saying and economic plan is wonderful. So I echo Hardy. It's exciting. Christina, thank you. An excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent work. We worked on the relief fund. One of the first things I did before I even got in office, but it's so good to see all the work you've done. I was thinking back and thinking about the framework you have to build and all the story you have to tell to describe what community foundations do. And my friend Stacy Caldwell from TTCF said it's really hard to give away money. And it was really struck me because I've seen her inform our community on what good giving looks like and what is supportable throughout the community. And what it's really done is really to members, Supervisor Schwarthau's point was it kind of created this unified force in certain areas. Mountain Housing Council is one. There's a number of them. There's too many for me even to go through. But I thought it was fascinating that community foundations have the ability to actually target and solve problems with, where there's unmet need. And the piece is they're super nimble. And I can give you multiple examples of when there's been small gaps in funding. And the community foundation, TTCF raised their hand and said, hey, we can cover that to move this whole project as a community-based project forward. So I think it's super cool. It fits perfectly. And I'm just so excited that you guys have gotten this off the ground. And, I just wish you the best of luck and certainly call upon the board again as this moves forward for anything we could do to help. We're making a financial contribution, but there's a lot more things we can do to help support the cause or rally around issues that you're raising funds for. The other piece that, in my opinion, community foundations bring people together because there's donors that have similar interests, and when you collect them around a certain cause, people make there's synergy there, and people come together to solve stuff, which is kind of the Nevada County way, in my opinion. Yeah. So yeah, thank you again so much, and Kimberly, thanks for your support of this initiative. With that, we can go ahead and open up public comment. I know there's people that want to say a few things, and we'll start with Leo.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Granucci, District 1, and been a resident of Western Nevada County for over 20 years. First, I'd like to address Lisa's question. During the National Relief Fund, I had the opportunity to co-chair the Community Advisory Committee with Sherry Bartolucci, and to my recollection, the county offered a challenge donation of $250,000, and the balance, the committee went out and the balance was raised by community donations. So I'm here this afternoon to encourage the board to approve the $250,000 county commitment and invite you, the county, to partner with us local community donors to kickstart this community foundation. It's been a long time coming. My buddy Gary Quayle and myself, along with 5 other people, approached this some 15 years ago. I've got to share with you that before moving up here, I had a relationship involved with the Community Foundation in Sacramento, the Sacramento Regional Community Foundation. And I got to tell you, working with them and other community foundations, the services that a community foundation provides is wonderful. Number one, they promote philanthropy in the community, and they do this by defining philanthropy, educating the community how they can participate, and then provide them with the financial investment tools to accomplish their philanthropic plan. It's very so much needed. With that, I encourage again the board to approve this $250,000, and I'm running out of time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments and support.
Michael Taylor, District 1. I would also encourage adopting this. I think it's a great foundation for other ideas on how to support the community. This is a little bit different than, but it brought up another idea that I've thought about sharing with you guys, and you may already have it in place, but I'm thinking that we need a powerhouse grant writing director, department, where we can consolidate and educate the community of the grants that are available, and that whether they be OES or Mike Dent, and I mean, there's many opportunities for grants. There's many opportunities to work together with the stakeholders in writing grants for Nevada City, Grass Valley. So again, I'm suggesting, maybe it already exists, but a powerhouse grant writing department that all of the different departments can bring their grant ideas to the powerhouse grant housing project, or vice versa. They can go to the departments and get the support they need from this grant writing team in I guess, improving grant writing. The suggestion. Thank you.
We have a powerhouse grant writing
Okay.
department. She's behind you. You can talk to her after the meeting. Thanks,
Right on.
Michael.
Sure. Great.
Appreciate your insight.
Robin Galvin Davies, CEO, Greater Grass Valley Chamber, Executive Director of the Grass Valley Downtown Association. I had the honor of serving on the Nevada County grant. I'm sorry. The Relief Fund. I lost it for a moment. I think I need coffee. It was a remarkable experience. Thank you, Christine. You were leadership there. Caleb, wow. I've said the wow before to you. It was really breathtaking to have the opportunity to work with the small businesses and see what those grants did for them. That money saved a multitude of businesses. It was effective. It served its purpose. And you look at the community today, yes, we're still in recovery, but many of those businesses that applied for the grants and received that money are thriving today. So I encourage you to approve the funding for the foundation, and I thank you for your big hearts and all of your efforts, Christine, Kimberly. Thank you, supervisors.
Thank you, Robin.
This is the last time for me today, I promise. Honorable Supervisors, once again, I'm Eliza Tudor, Executive Director at Nevada County Arts Council, here to support recommendations for investment in the establishment and ongoing operations of a community foundation in Western Nevada County. As the umbrella agency for the arts in Nevada County, we work to bolster a sector rich in economic and social impacts, ever in need of investment, while we support career development and disaster response, capacity building for our arts organizations, grant making, and important research and planning, all while taking our role as a solution partner seriously, a partner to you, as well as with a broad range of stakeholders across multiple sectors. We encourage government investment in the Community Foundation of Nevada County at this early stage of its development, and look forward to witnessing the success of the foundation in leveraging private and philanthropic investment in supporting impacts as it grows. And we look forward, too, to working hand in hand with the foundation, not only as stewards and champions of the arts, but as thought partners and solution partners as, together, we convene, collaborate, and facilitate in years to come. We share some incredible board members and are confident in the Foundation's leadership. Thank you, supervisors, for supporting this effort as an expression of your faith in a much-needed addition to our Western Nevada County fabric. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliza.
Hey, everybody. Nice to see you. I'll see you again at 2:30. Sorry, I will not be leaving. Jennifer Singer. I'm also the chair for the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, which you have all supported for so many years. And I'm looking around at the OG founders of CNL as well. Excited to be a part of a bigger effort, and coming up under the Community Foundation only makes sense as CNL kind of launched into the community and wanted to support our nonprofits. This was always the dream that we held. And so being together and to increase our footprint and support in our community really makes sense. We are one of the only communities in California that is not served by a community foundation, and I think our time has come. There's so much energy and excitement in the county and in our community and nonprofit collaboration. We're really looking at systems and building things out, and this only makes sense. And the other piece I wanted to bring up is that as new people are moving into our community, they're coming from communities that have foundations, and they look to those groups. What's going on with my foundation? How can I plug into my community? And so I only see it as a magnet to our kind of newer residents who are looking how to plug in and make a difference, because they're also looking to impact their community. So encourage your support, and thank you to everyone for all the years of love and persistence that's gone into this effort. So thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good comments. Madam Clerk, are there any callers on the line?
Yes, we do have one caller, and then your board also received 3 written comments, which you've all received.
Already received. Okay, we'll take the caller. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair Bullock and Supervisors, thank you for your time. My name is Scott Beasley. I am a District 4 resident, District 3 business owner, and District 1 landowner. I'm speaking to you today, as usual, with 1 foot in the government and nonprofit world and 1 foot in the private sector. In my volunteer roles as Vice Chair of the Center for Nonprofit Leadership with Jen, and as one of Christine's founding board members of the Community Foundation, my own observation of the nonprofit sector, just to boil down 25 years of observation and volunteer work, is that that sector always needs 2 resources: more good people and more money. And when they have those resources, they're able to lessen the burden on governmental programs and the taxpayer dollars that fund them. And the Community Foundation that we're here to discuss today can be that conduit to bring in and keep private funds. In my day job as a financial planner and socially responsible investment advisor, I am constantly running tax forecasts for clients and helping them make those charitable donations that have, to be honest, minimal impact on our county and no multiplier effect on our community. Good causes, to be sure, like American National Red Cross, American Cancer Society, their alma mater on the East Coast, whatever the case may be. We need a conduit to keep those dollars local, and in time, the Community Foundation can be that conduit. Further, I would say that the Community Foundation can be, as noted by others, an organizing body for not just fundraising, but organizational efforts to bring stakeholders together in economic development, disaster mitigation and response, and in other nonprofit sectors where multiple organizations might play very complementary roles, but maybe don't collaborate as much as possible. So I would like to thank CEO Lehman and Supervisor Hook for all of their work and all of those who have supported this effort. And I would like to encourage the Board of Supervisors to approve this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Scott. You're also a search and rescuer in District 5 as well, I think.
Retired, sir.
Retired, thank you. Any other, sorry, I screwed this up. Any other comments here in the board chambers? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion on this great item.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Congratulations. Quick point of order. I think we were going to do a picture outside, but can we call ourselves into closed session while we're still sitting here?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
So after a brief recess, we will be convening in closed session on the two items that's listed on the agenda. One is County Council's requesting closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss a matter which there's significant threat of litigation against the county. The other is a closed session requested for the annual consultation with the sheriff or their designee and Steve Monahan, Chief Information Officer, concerning matters posing a risk to essential public services.
Thank you. And we'll be back here after that.
And Chair Bullock,
After you ask for any public comment.
On the closed session?
Yes.
Any public comment? Thank you. Go ahead, Allison.
I just want to make sure before we lose our leaders in the community, we definitely want to invite you to participate in the picture outside. So don't go anywhere, go to the front steps, and we want to make sure that you're included. Thank you.
And then we'll be back here, regular session at 1:30. With that, we're adjourned until 1:30.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, We have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we...
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, We have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door, to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, They have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning, This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw...
Call the meeting back into order and turned over to the county council to read us out of closed session.
Based on the 2 matters that we met in closed session on both of the matters, information was provided to the board.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 32. This is Executive Officer Allison Lehman. This is a report on the results of the National Community Survey for Nevada County by the National Research Center in Polko. So with that, I'll turn it over to our CEO, Allison Lehman.
Thank you, Chair Bullock. I'd like to introduce our Assistant CEO, Caleb Dardick, who will introduce our consultant who's here today to report out on the survey findings. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Bullock, Supervisors. I'm Caleb Dardick, Assistant CEO. I'm pleased to be here with Joe Delolio. He is the project manager from Polko and coming fresh from Wisconsin. So I'll tell you about that. I think one of the things I want to just mention quickly is that we get to hear from constituents all the time who come to the board meetings, who write letters, and that's very important to us as staff and of course to you as the board to hear from the community. These scientifically based studies, and you're going to hear about the methodology behind it, give us a chance to hear from a broader cross-section of the community as well, and just another way that we can be responsive to the community's concerns. This has been a commitment from the CEO's office. Going back to 2017, the goal ideally is to do these type of surveys every 3 to 5 years. Of course, COVID got in the way. But the county has contracted with Polco before. The last community study was in 2017. And I really want to thank and acknowledge Taylor Wolf, who's been managing this contract, I think from that time, as well as today. These surveys give us a chance to hear from our residents on a variety of topics that I think align very closely with your board priorities. The terms that they use, the list includes economy, mobility, community design, utilities, safety, natural environment, parks and recreation, health and wellness, education, arts and culture, and inclusivity and engagement. The county did request, both in 2017 and again in this survey, that a couple of our objectives be studied, in this case, cannabis, emergency preparedness, housing, homelessness, and broadband. So there was an additional couple pages that were added to the survey that were custom for Nevada County. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to Joe to provide you with an overview of the findings, and then we'll have time to engage in a conversation and hear your reaction to the findings and any questions or comments you may have. Joe, welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon to the county chair as well as the Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Joe DeLolio. I'm a senior survey associate at Polco National Research Center. And I want to thank you for having me in this afternoon to talk through the county's survey results. Even more excited to be in your charming community from our headquarters in Madison, Wisconsin. I think this is the first time I've seen the sun and/or greenery in the past 6 to 8 months. I was saying on the ride in that it was hard to keep my eyes on the road because I was just looking at all the beautiful scenery around me, but happy to report that I made it in safe and sound. Before getting into the results, I do want to thank the county for the thoughtful input throughout this survey process. I do also want to thank my colleague Grace Arneson, who was the main project manager throughout this iteration of the National Community Survey. And jumping right in, the National Community Survey, or the NCS as I'll most commonly refer to it as, is a standardized 5-page comprehensive survey that allows municipalities to assess resident opinion about their community and local government. The NCS focuses on the livability of Nevada County by categorizing survey questions into 10 main facets of community livability, as shown here. These facets have been identified through extensive survey research as those being most important to the overall quality of life of residents. The NCS includes items within each of these 10 facets to provide a full picture of how residents feel about their community. And we also do find that these facets tend to lend well to when different departments are looking for information that's most pertinent to them. In looking at the NCS, this is the second time that the county has run the National Community Survey. Previously, this was done in 2017, and the survey was conducted between September 12th and October 24th of 2023. All households within the county were eligible to participate in the survey. A list of all households within the zip code servicing Nevada County were purchased based on updated listings from the United States Postal Service. And then using GIS boundaries provided by the county, we were able to distinguish addresses that were within the defined boundaries and those that were outside of the defined boundaries. So we were able to take out those addresses outside of the defined boundaries of the county. And from those that were within defined boundaries, we, using a proprietary process, we pulled from that 3,000 randomly sampled addresses, and those were the 3,000 households that received the survey. So of those 3,000 randomly selected households, they began receiving mailings on September 12th, and the survey remained open for 6 weeks. They received 2 points of contact, the first of which was a pre-notification postcard, giving them some background information, inviting them to respond online. And that was followed up a week later by a physical survey packet, included a letter, again inviting them to respond, the physical 5-paged NCS instrument, as well as postage paid return envelope. So each household had the ability to respond either online or with the physical paper version of the survey. We do provide a link to respond online in both of these mailings, and we do include language asking folks that who have already responded to not respond twice. With this effort, we received back a total of 518 completed surveys, which translates to an 18% response rate and a margin of error plus or minus 4%. This is actually slightly above our average. Generally, we see about a 15% response rate, shooting for a 5% margin of error. So we did see greater responses than we do on average to the NCS. From this, we also compare the demographics of those who responded to the demographics of the county overall. This helps us to consider if we see responses in some demographic groups more than others than what we'd expect compared to the census. We can adjust those ratings to make sure that we're getting a good representative view of these demographic groups in the county. In addition to the randomly selected probability sample of households, a link to an online community-wide open participation survey was publicized by the county. An open participation survey was available starting October 10th, 2023, and remained open for 2 weeks. To this, we received over 1,200 responses, and these responses were weighted as well. I do want to note that we generally separate these responses from the randomly sampled survey from the open participation survey to retain the statistical analysis. Those responses and the data from those can be found in the report at the end, just separately. So the numbers that we're looking at here today and in the main body of the report refer back to those statistically valid responses to the survey. And one of the advantages that local government have in participating in the community survey is the opportunity to compare these ratings given by residents within the county to those in other communities across the nation. You can see a distribution of those communities that we work with. We have currently 600 communities in our database representing the voice of over 50 million Americans across the country. And this idea of benchmarking was born out of the observation that there are some areas that just tend to receive higher results, let's say fire services, and some areas that receive lower results on average, let's say street services. So instead of comparing those unlike areas, we can look at those fire services in the county compared to fire services in other communities across the nation, and same with those street-related services. Moving into an overview of these survey results, first want to show kind of an overview of who took the survey. So first looking at those resident ages, we did hear from a slightly higher percentage of those in that 65 to 75 years old or above range. We also did see a pretty even distribution between 55-64, 45-54, and so on. We saw an understandable response rate from that 18 to 24. That's generally what we see in our community service, is that this is the lowest group that usually tends to respond to the surveys. Again, looking at resident income, we saw the highest range from a family income between $100,000 and $149,000. There was a rather even distribution underneath that and lower distribution in incomes above it. And then going over to gender, we saw almost a near identical distribution between those identified as male and those who identified as female. And on the survey, we do ask 2 questions that directly relate to those 10 facets of community livability. The first asks residents to rate the quality of each of these 10 facets. And we can see the responses here. That percent positive is what we're showing on the right-hand side. And then the color indicates how it falls next to the national benchmark. So that tan color would be higher, green is similar, and that pink would be lower than the national benchmarks. And the second question that we ask, instead of that quality, is asking folks to rate the importance of these 10 facets of community livability, and which ones that folks believe that the county should focus on in the coming 2 years. Together, we use these ratings to procure what I think is the aptly named quality and importance matrix. And we use this chart, which is also included in the report, to help them determine which areas are, relatively speaking, higher in importance and lower in quality to residents. It's just one of the many ways to interpret the data and can help us identify possible areas of focus. So that right lower hand quadrant is that again, relatively speaking, are areas of high importance and lower in quality as identified by residents. I do think it's also just important to point out that upper right-hand quadrant where we see safety and natural environment. These are the areas that are high in importance and high in quality. So just as important to point out those areas that may need additional focus, those areas that we are doing very well. And then looking into these direct comparisons to the national benchmarks, to be considered similar to the national benchmark, you'd fall in a range of 10% above or below the national average. To be considered higher than the national benchmark would be greater than 10% positive, and to be lower would be more than that 10% below that national average. And though I do wish we had every community across the country included in our database, generally what we say is that these are extremely high-performing communities. So these ratings that we're looking at with the county aren't being looked at across all communities nationally, but those other high-performing communities that we work with. With that in mind, of the 123 survey items that residents provided evaluative ratings, 14 were higher than the national benchmarks, 84 were similar, the vast majority, and 25 were lower than the national benchmarks. And those items that were higher, we saw a distribution across many different facets, including the county as a place to visit, items within support for arts, as well as activities, as well as aspects of the economy and mobility. Similar with those 25 items that were lower than the national benchmark, we saw these distributed across many different facets, including utilities, some aspects of the transportation system, attracting folks from diverse backgrounds, and then also affordability falls in here a few times as well in various aspects. In this data that I'm showing here, just to help contextualize some of this information, are national trends in both overall confidence in local government, that's that blue line, as well as generally acting in the best interest of the community. Two questions that we ask on every survey. And again, this is the national trends. And we saw that there was a slight uptick in 2020 corresponding with the pandemic, where we saw more positive results. And then since then, we're kind of living in that dip right now. And it's been a very stark decrease. So as we look at those items that are below the national benchmark, I think it's just helpful to contextualize that we've been seeing lower responses overall in surveys across the nation. That being said, there are a number of areas that the county, especially with local government, is doing very well. 78% of residents gave positive responses to the overall customer service by Nevada County employees, 66% the quality of services provided by the county, and 63% treating all residents with respect. Moving into our key findings, I do want to note that this is what stood out to us as survey researchers as interesting. There are many highlights to be gleaned, especially y'all being the experts of the county. As you go through this data, I'm sure there are many other aspects that will stick out to you. But our first key finding is that the county continues to be a highly desirable and engaging community, yet participants emphasize the importance of fostering inclusivity. And about 9 in 10 residents rated the county as a place to live as excellent or good. Roughly 8 in 10 respondents gave positive ratings to the county as a place to raise children and recommended living in the county to others. In addition, approximately 8 in 10 also plan to remain in the county for the next 5 years, while around 7 in 10 rated the county as excellent or good place to retire. All of these ratings were similar to the national benchmarks. And then looking at inclusivity and engagement, about 8 in 10 gave strong ratings to the opportunities to volunteer, while roughly 7 in 10 gave positive marks to opportunities to participate in social events and activities, as well as community matters, all of which were higher than the national benchmark. Other items in this facet tend to be similar to the national benchmark, including making all residents feel welcome, although approximately 4 in 10 participants favorably reviewed the county's performance in attracting people from diverse backgrounds and taking care of vulnerable residents. I'm going to take a quick sip of water before getting to the second key finding. Beautiful. And our second key finding, residents experience a strong sense of safety in the county, though do indicate concerns about wildfire preparedness. And we can see we have very strong ratings for overall feelings of safety in the county. 95% felt safe in their community during the day, around 9 in 10 in Nevada County's downtown and commercial area, and about 8 in 10 from both violent crime and property crime. We do see that outlier on the bottom, the feeling of safety from fire, flood, and other natural disaster. And this was an area, an extra topic that the county wanted to garner data on. So we did have a custom question asking folks to please indicate how much, if at all, they agree with the following statements pertaining to evacuation preparedness. And we can see a very strong number of residents are signed up for emergency alerts and feel prepared for wildfire evacuation, around 9 in 10. A very strong proportion, again, closer to 8 in 10, know their evacuation zone and have pre-planned evacuation routes, for different wildfire scenarios. From there, we have a slightly lower proportion of folks that said they had to have a go bag and a plan to evacuate pets. And I do want to note that around that 10% felt that they were unable to evacuate and have arranged for transportation. So most folks had a plan. We also did have a second question around this area regarding issues related to wildfire risk in your neighborhood. Please rate how concerned, if at all you are, for the following. I'm going to focus mostly on the very concerned for this one. The vast majority of folks and the most concerned fell for the ability to find or renew fire insurance. And then still a high number of residents, but definitely lower, were concerned about the ability to receive emergency alerts during wildfire. And this did include loss of power or loss of cell service, with about half of residents moving to concern for vacant parcels with hazardous vegetation, ability to remove large or dead trees, and hazardous vegetation on neighboring properties. Our third key finding, the local economy is strong but poses challenges to community affordability. And about half of respondents gave positive ratings to the quality of economic health in Nevada County, though a very strong majority of participants gave favorable assessment to the county as a place to visit, as well as to the vibrancy of downtown and commercial areas, both higher than national averages. Others from there were mostly similar to the national comparisons, including the overall quality of business and service establishments in the county, with a score of about 74%, which was on the rise since 2017. Additionally, survey items related to Nevada County businesses also trended upward since the previous iteration of the survey, including economic development, which went from 33% in 2017 to 44% in 2023, as well as shopping opportunities, which rose from 43% to 54%. Employment opportunities were evaluated as excellent or good by about 1/3 of residents, which increased 15% since 2017, and roughly 2 in 10 respondents offered favorable ratings to the cost of living in Nevada County, which did decrease from 2017. The availability of affordable quality food garnered positive reviews from about half of residents. A lower proportion gave high marks to availability of affordable quality health care, availability of affordable quality mental health care, as well as availability of affordable quality child care. Similarly, the availability of affordable quality housing was viewed positive by only about 10% of residents. One thing that I want to note in this section as well is that the overall concern for affordability certainly isn't unique to Nevada County. Although the numbers are different in different communities that we work with, affordability has been one of the main areas of concern for residents over the past 2 years or so, from 2020 moving into 2024. And this is an area that we have seen decreases almost universally. I say that anecdotally, but with the communities that I've worked with specifically, I've seen many, many more decreases in this area than I've seen any increases. And along this area of affordability, we did ask a custom question surrounding housing. We asked, to what extent, if at all, do you support the following programs and services? And looking at both strongly and somewhat support, we saw strong support for each of these initiatives. Almost equal support for development of income-based affordable housing, development of workforce housing, and supportive housing for individuals living with mental illness. Very strong support yet, although slightly lower, for support services for individuals experiencing homelessness, as well as housing for individuals experiencing homelessness. We might have put that wording in there twice. Apologies. Our fourth key finding, the county's natural environment, parks and rec opportunities remain highly valued by residents. And we can see strong ratings to the natural environment, two items that were higher than national benchmarks, overall quality of natural environment, as well as water resources. We also saw strong ratings given to air quality, open space, preservation of natural areas. And although most evaluations of this facet were strong and area of opportunity emerged, reviews for recycling saw a decline from 2017, decreasing from 73% excellent or good to 53%, which may merit additional research. The ratings for county's recreational opportunities, 87% did surpass national averages, and we see very strong ratings yet for the availability of passive walking trails, county parks, recreation programs or classes, as well as recreation centers and facilities. And as mentioned previously, we've gone through a number of those custom questions. This is the full list of those custom questions that can be found in the report. A few that I did want to cover that didn't fall naturally into some of those key findings. The first of which, we did ask residents about cannabis retail sales. To what extent do you support or oppose each of the following types of retail sales of cannabis in Nevada County? And looking at that strongly or somewhat support, we saw the most support for medical cannabis, a slightly lower proportion for recreational cannabis, and then very comparable, though slightly lower yet, cannabis farmer markets without on-site consumptions. And then we did ask a few questions about household income and employment with comparisons to the previous iteration of the NCS. From each of the statements below, we asked residents to please select which one they lean towards more. First of which, my household struggles to get by on my or a total income. We saw a slight rise in the responses to that, 42% compared to 37%. Second, my total household income comfortably supports my household. Again, we saw a slight decrease, 58% to 63% in 2017. And then looking at employment, we asked a number of questions related to this area. First of which, I am unemployed, including those that are retired, a slightly high proportion in 2023. Second, I'm employed and I would work more hours if they were available, 7% higher in 2023 compared to 2017. And I am employed and I'm satisfied with the number of hours I work. We saw about a 10% lower response to that in 2023 compared to 2017. And again, I do want to emphasize that this is what stood out to us as survey researchers as interesting. Many, many other highlights to be gleaned, especially being the experts of the community. And definitely would like to stop here for any questions. And some things that we think are helpful to consider just going through these results are what did we expect, what was surprising, and then other areas that we might want to dig in deeper in the future.
Yeah, fascinating data. I had the opportunity to review it with Caleb and in advance and do a little bit of that work at the crosstab, looking at the crosstabs and stuff. And it's very fascinating. I have some questions and comments, but I'd like to open it up to the board for any questions you may have, or no questions? Any questions on this side?
Not really questions.
Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, not really questions. It was really interesting, actually, especially some things. I guess I was a little disappointed that people thought we're not friendly. You know, that, I mean, we think of ourselves as being, and I know we have issues, but that was really interesting to me that we had to work on that. I've lived here all my life. I mean, I feel like I meet people at the grocery store and have a conversation in line, right? But I realize overall, that's something that we could be very more special at, because this is such a unique and wonderful community. But, I mean, just a small word thing that kind of stuck out to me, but I thought I was pleased with most of our recreation. We're working on a recreation master plan, and that really kind of fit right into what we're looking at. And then one thing I was curious about, recycling, that was another big one. That got a really low rating here. Do you know, was this done before they opened a recycling center up at the airport when we were having such a hard time? I was just kind of curious. But looking at overall what we're going to do with SP 1383 and how we're going to manage all of those things, that was interesting to know that there's that kind of interest. Now, if I could just get the people that did that survey to be included and work on the actual source of the problem. So that was very interesting. So is that about education still? How do we get that messaging out? How do we recycle? So really liked that part. It was overall very, very, very interesting.
What was interesting for me is when I first read it, just philosophically, it's not a survey about Nevada County and how we provide these things. It's a community survey about where we live and how the entire community provides for the needs of the citizens. So I think or at least looking at it through that lens and context made me understand it a little bit more. I mean, essentially we tend to view things from the county perspective. What can we do? What do we control that we can improve on? But when you step back and realize that there's all kinds of amenities and things that were surveyed about quality of life that we don't necessarily touch every day, it made a little bit more sense to me. One of the pieces on the recreation facility, I found the positive response findings interesting because we don't have a centralized park and rec, and we're working actively to make a bunch of improvements. We put a lot of effort into making improvements for trails and open space and park and recreation. So if you have any insight on the data there, I'll definitely take it.
No, a wonderful question. Thank you, Supervisor. And I may turn it over to Caleb after my thoughts, if he has any. But I know, especially, it's interesting looking at the results from the county perspective, especially. I think folks think of their interaction with the county specifically, but also I think in this area especially, the results would be influenced by things that are being done at the city level as well. So whatever they're experiencing within their most local community, I think would probably extrapolate it out into the county overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the issues people are grappling with the municipal level or their local community-based initiatives would be reflected in this survey.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And I think an interesting, just an anecdotal aspect, especially looking at recycling. I know there are some counties that touch this directly, some counties that don't at all. But still, I think it's important to look at this to get a holistic view of, like you say, the quality of life of residents in general. We've worked with counties in the past that, looking at recycling specifically, didn't have a hand in this, something that was being contracted out, I believe, on the municipal level. But they were able to take the responses that they received from the residents, go to the municipality that this was happening in, and actually negotiate a different contract with a different recycling service. So just an example of how certain aspects that might not be county specific can still be utilized and helpful, and again, that more holistic approach, or the holistic view of it.
Well, and I also like the transportation because it really says what we're looking at. We're looking at that multimodal type of transportation, walking, riding your bikes. I thought that was interesting too, that it actually had gone down, or it gone down. And we just know that's something that we need to really work on. This is a good focus of that. And with that, we're looking at our transportation system. Actually, our ridership is going up, which is really a plus. But again, looking at that connection between our two cities and some of the places we go. So I found this overall very interesting.
What's interesting is the connection between transportation and the desire to have a living environment, a natural living environment. Like, that rate's high.
Yeah.
Transportation, walkability and bikeability come to mind. A lot of communities are solving those issues. And then the piece for access to mental health services, it's kind of like recreation and outdoor. I mean, it's all put together, right? You could spend a lifetime just trying to connect the dots. It's very fascinating to me. I could start chatting with you a lot.
Once you really dig into this, it's like you really like to know some of the more deeper thoughts that went there. Like, so we talk about the issues, residential growth, that was lower. So, and here we're talking about we need to build housing, right? So residential is one of the important keys really to find workforce housing and all those things. And then, I don't know, like I said, this was, I wish I would have taken the survey as I didn't get it. And I wish I would have, just because maybe it would give me a different insight. But going over this, when you really look at some of the things that we're working on county-wise, to see where the importance was to the people that took the survey. So really intentional.
Is it customary for a county of 100,000 or so to have survey results in that range? The 1,200, I think, optional, and the 600 direct? Is that, I mean, you said the response is equal. I guess that's the data set. You have enough data there?
Yes, a number, I'm much closer to the microphone that go around. I surprised myself, apologies. Another great question, yes. From the random sample survey, we shoot for around 400 responses. That gets us about a 15% response rate. And so that 3,000 number that we send to households is kind of customary of what we do of all approaches. That helps us get really great statistically valid data back, more or less regardless of the size of a community, because we do that random sampling. We know with that random sample that we're not targeting specific areas of the community, and so it ends up being very representative of that community at large. As for that open participation aspect of it, I do want to commend the county for the excellent job they did at getting the survey out, because that number is certainly more than what we tend to see from the open participation responses. Certainly it varies from community to community, regardless of size. But I know the county did a wonderful job getting those responses. And just with that, a separate note is that I love hearing the discussion, and I certainly encourage the county to dig into these topics deeper where possible. As just something to include with Polko is that we do have those folks that have signed up to receive any further polls or questions set out by the county. We have I forget offhand, but I can look that up. But we know we do have a very large number of residents from both the random sample and open participation survey that have already signed up to receive any of these questions. So certainly, regardless of how we dig into these questions, we do have a panel available to the county if we wanted to get some quick responses back in these areas.
Good to know. Just one final question for Caleb, and then I'll move on. But because so many of the initiatives that make people's quality of life better here are controlled or started with other agencies or jurisdictions, like you mentioned the town, but there's also nonprofits and all these other people that work to kind of do community building. When we're done with this Polko survey, can we send it out to key stakeholders, or is there, you've probably talked about that?
We're planning to do a press release after today, to release the findings. We have a dedicated website that's not only going to have a PDF of the report, but an interactive tool that Polko provides that allows people to actually analyze and pull up the data themselves. So for people like yourselves who like to take a deep dive, that tool will be available. And we're also happy to pass it on to any NGO or other community partner that you recommend.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board? No, we'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Anybody have public comment on this item? Mr. Taylor?
Michael Taylor, District 1. Like I brought to your attention, Allison's attention, when we were meeting privately, talking about other policies and stuff, I took this survey. I actually took it 5 times. I reset my computer and took it 5 times. And I've talked to other people that have taken it multiple times as well. My concern is that 3,000 people received something by mail, which is normal for their survey, to send out 3,000. My question would be, is that 3,000 for 100,000, 3,000 for 200,000, 3,000 for 10,000? I personally don't think this survey represents our community at all. And I think that I would not use this survey to set policies based on these numbers. I can't imagine what we paid for it. I can't imagine what we paid to bring them here, and I don't see how it serves Allison Lehman's agenda, bringing out these figures into supporting whatever agenda items are the board. One of my concerns was the ad lib questions, cannabis. I think I asked you, well, or I told you guys, you should have taken the actually, Sue. One of the questions was, how is the county doing with weed? It's like, weed, are they eradicating weeds? Are they doing okay with weed? But it was a question about cannabis that didn't even answer. It was so poorly written. It wasn't even. I don't know. Again, I highly suggest you guys read each question for yourselves, then figure out the percentage of people that actually took the survey, which is less than 1% of the community, and it certainly doesn't represent the majority of the community. My concern is, I filled it out 5 times. Allison Lehman probably sent it out to staff. Staff's, a certain percentage of staff filled it out, and and the highest rating for staff qualifications was one of the highest things in the agenda. How do you rate county staff? I go, well, 100, 10, whatever they did. This survey is not representing the majority of the people in the county, and I would highly recommend not using it to set policies. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Michael. One of the questions I think to Joe is the universe of total sample versus the sample set. That was a question I asked you, and I think you essentially answered it, but would you mind just restating that for us?
Yes, definitely, and a wonderful question. There are multiple approaches that you could take to survey research. One would be a census, which we all participate in every 10 years. That's something that ideally we would do for each survey project, but it is very limiting, especially cost-wise. So our process is to pull out a randomized sample whereby every person in the community has the same chance and a known chance of being selected to complete the survey. From there, we do also reweighting on the back end. So if we see responses from a specific demographic group that appears to be overrepresented according to what we'd expect to see laid out by the U.S. Census, then we can consider some of those responses more or less to make sure that from percentage-wise, we're seeing very close to the same distribution of demographic groups in the county overall in our responses.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted a methodology question there.
Joe, could you also explain that on the randomized sample that you sent out, people had it mailed to them, they were also given a link. That link could only be used one time. Is that correct?
A great question as well. So we certainly do look out for more than one response when it comes to that random sample. We have the ability to, on the back end, pull out duplicates or check to see if from a single IP address that we have a number of responses, and we can remove those from the list as well.
Okay, so you could theoretically take the survey 5 times, but you may not actually register in the results.
Correct, sir. And from the open participation survey, there's a process that if folks from a single household do want to respond more than once, we do encourage that as it is open. So that ability may look different from the open participation aspect.
And Chair Bullock, it might be helpful to have a better understanding of the validity of the survey and how many other jurisdictions use the survey.
Yeah, great point.
Wonderful, yes. I believe that we have over 600 communities that are in our benchmarking database. So that's over 600 communities that have run the National Community Survey in the past 25 years. And that represents the responses of over 50 million Americans that have responded to the NCS or POLCO surveys.
Yeah, and I think the mountain and the West Division, we had the highest, except for the Southeast, it looked like the Atlanta metro area had a really high concentration, but we have a really high concentration of like communities in the database, if I read your data right.
Correct, yes. I think the highest distribution is the Midwest, followed very closely by the West.
Okay, great, thanks. Any other comments in the board chambers? Any callers on the line?
No.
Yeah, go ahead, Diana. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Diana Gamzon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And I just want to thank your board and staff for including so many questions about the cannabis industry. I think that that was really beneficial to add these to the survey that already existed. I think it will really help to inform some of our next steps with the ordinance. And so I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Any, nothing on the phone? Seeing no more public comment here, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this item. I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you.
Joe, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in person.
Okay, this will take us to our next item, item number 33, Public Health Director Kathy Cahill. And this is a resolution proclaiming April 1 through April 7 as Public Health Week in Nevada County. Kathy's here, and it looks like we have multiple staff members. We're really stoked to have you guys here. Welcome. Hi, Kathy.
I feel like we should do some physical exercise.
Do you want to do a quick breathing exercise? You are. It is public health.
A little stretch for all the people sitting behind the diocese.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Okay, we're feeling better now, Kathy. Thank you. Awesome. You have a PowerPoint for us. Take it away.
Thank you very much for having us today, and I just want to say that it's really a great opportunity to talk about Public Health Week, which is this week. And today I want to basically provide you a quick snapshot of the work that we've been doing in Nevada County Public Health and tell a couple of stories about some impact that our team has had. And so I've got a number of our team members here today that you'll get to meet. Next slide. Oops. That's okay. Next slide. So today's agenda is fourfold, and I just want to give you a synopsis of it. First of all, I think it's really important that we give you kind of a flavor of all the things we're doing in public health across multiple programs. And so you'll hear a little bit about that. But most important today, I'm really excited about our stories, because we have a story about our oral health program, which Jamie, our staff, will talk about, and also our maternal child health program and the impact it's making with new moms and new children in the county. And then we couldn't do public health in Nevada County without our partners. And our partners are critical to our delivery of our system and our services, but also important because they are the network that provides all the things we do in public health. It's not public health alone, it's the community that does public health. And then lastly, we'll talk a little more about using our local data to achieve health equity. Next slide. In Nevada County, we care about public health, and I just want to highlight this. We care is part of our new branding for the Public Health Department that we've embarked on with our competent PIO's office and others to really talk about what we provide to the community and to show the community that all we do in public health is to make the community thrive and be healthier. Next slide. So this slide really is a depiction of a healthy community or a healthy neighborhood. And as you can see with the green swirly lines, it really signifies the connection that we all have with public health. Public health is not just healthcare. It really is a community thriving from everything from policies like smoke-free workplaces to activities such as senior care and exercise, our parks, our city's transportation systems, and all of the components that make for a healthy environment. So that's kind of the context. Now let me share with you some of the programs that impact that schematic that's there. Next slide. So our home visiting nurses, not going to work? Oh, okay. So our home visiting nurses provide to new mothers and new parents, and you're going to hear more about that from Jessica, a host of services to create healthy homes for newborns. We have health educators who work with the schools, and you'll hear more about that program today from the dental health, but we do a lot of work in schools providing all kinds of health education, from nutrition to a recent program on composting, so recycling, learning how to recycle in schools, to a lot of work around harm reduction. And then we also work on public health emergencies. And I'm really happy to say that through the public health emergency team here, we work directly with the healthcare providers, and particularly hospitals and other operations, to ensure that in an event of catastrophic, unfortunate illness or other issues that relate to healthcare, the hospitals and the system is ready for the surge that might happen in the state of a fire or an earthquake or something of that nature. So a lot of our emergency preparedness work in public health is really to create that resilient healthcare system. Next slide. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yes, perfect. So we care about health equity, and I want to describe today a little bit about what health equity is and what we're doing. So health equity means that everyone has a fair and just opportunity to attain their highest level of health. In Nevada County, we monitor and observe factors that contribute to inequities. For example, the availability of affordable housing, the availability of culturally and linguistically appropriate services for limited English-speaking populations, and inequities related to the built environment, such as vulnerabilities to climate change, and the lack of access to health care, which is an ongoing challenge, as well as things like transportation. Next slide. For example, this is some of the recent data from our new 2024 Community Health Assessment, which I hope to come back and give you a much further, bigger picture of all the data that we've collected over the last year that really paints a picture about the health of Nevada County. This slide here is particularly focused on census tracts, and it depicts by census tract the level of poverty in each of the different census tracts. So pay attention to the dark green, because the dark green areas are the highest poverty levels in the county, ranging from 21% of the population to 43.7% under the federal poverty line. And so this is important information for us, because as we begin to think about We Care and our services, we want to be able to be in those communities physically with our services, as well as providing them through our, quote, county offices. Next slide. This slide depicts age, and most of you obviously here know this, but as you recognize by this slide, Western County has a high percent, 29%, of seniors over the age of 65, compared to Eastern County at 13 and California at 15. Why is this important for us? This is important because as we think about our immunization services or other senior health care that we need to be working on, We want to be able to target that population in particular, again, using our census tract data and other data to make sure that we can provide services out around the county. Next slide. So to address these inequities, like poverty and specific age groups, we are focusing our programs where people live, work, and play versus just our traditional offices. And this slide here talks a bit about 3 different areas that we're focusing on to get our services out into the community. The first is the vending machine program, which I'm sure most of you have heard about. But this program really takes the services and products we already have, that when we go out to do a fair event or a Earth Day event, we all have these products, we take them out and give them. The vending machines allow us now to have them out in the community at a full-time basis and distributed throughout most of the county. The idea of the vending machine is to provide those same products, but to be able to do it on a real-time basis and also provide some confidentiality and in a manner that represents the needs of the community and people who want those supports. The second example is our mobile health unit, which, as you know, thank you all for coming to the christening of that. We've been working very hard on looking at opportunities to really maximize its features and its service. An example of this, we just went to Grizzly Flats Elementary School about a month ago and provided immunizations to the school there, thanks to the principal and the staff at Grizzly Flats for their support. They called us and we went out, so that was an example. But what we're doing right now is really focusing on partnerships with the van and thinking about meeting with our hospitals, our healthcare providers, our clinics, a lot of our partners to begin to see how we can use the van in conjunction with some of their services to be out in the community on a regular basis. I'd like to call it the bookmobile of healthcare. And we've got some plans for that, which I'll talk about later if you have questions. So in this first section, I'm going to now turn it over to our representative, Jamie Hompf, who's here from our health and wellness program to talk about the great program that we're doing with kids in schools.
Okay, here we are. All right, we care about kids, we care about children's dental health, which brings us to the oral health program. Next slide. Did you know that tooth decay is the #1 chronic disease affecting children and the reason for the most school absences? The kicker is that it is preventable. Community focus groups and surveys have all revealed the same thing. Nevada County has limited access to affordable dental care, and many families struggle to find a dentist. Over half of elementary school children have Medi-Cal coverage, yet we have so few Medi-Cal providers. Next slide. Because tooth decay is so prevalent, California mandated that every child entering their first year of school have a kindergarten oral health assessment, but not all families are able to get this important assessment. The oral health program visits schools around the county so that every child has the opportunity to receive this important screening and to be sure that children are pain-free and ready to learn. Recently, to build on our prevention efforts, we expanded our program to include cleaning, fluoride varnish, and sealants. Nevada County has no traceable amounts of fluoride in our community water supplies, making us at much higher risk for tooth decay. Fluoride helps to strengthen tooth enamel, while sealants can prevent cavities by up to 80%. We know how tooth decay affects attendance, but it also affects a child's concentration in school, self-esteem, ability to eat and speak properly, and even smile. This month, our program screened 2nd and 3rd graders at a higher needs school and found 34% needing urgent dental care. This means that the child likely has pain interfering with daily life. One child said that he had pain going from his tooth down to his foot. Our program works to address these situations, and we are working towards partnerships with health centers so that children who need a dental home have a clear pathway to care. Next slide. This school year alone, we've screened about 500 students, and we've visited 12 schools. Because of our program and our program partners, we are able to provide education and hundreds of dental kits to students and families in need. We are making a difference because we care.
Hi, on behalf of Nevada County Public Health and the Mother, Child, Adolescent Health team and our partners, we are so excited to be here and share some information about our department. We appreciate your time and hope the information helps you better serve our community. Some of you may have seen the recent article in our local union newspaper highlighting our new parenthood preparation class, Becoming Us. The article explored the story of Samantha Vivo. She's 23, and her partner, Caleb Yeager, 28. Samantha explains that her mother left when she was 6. She grew up without a mother figure. Samantha and Caleb's story highlights how Becoming Us and other programs in mother, child, adolescent health seek to heal the traumas of our past generations in order to build a stronger next generation. Through many approaches, maternal, child, adolescent health is working to optimize the growth, development, and health of children by supporting their caregivers. Nevada County's maternal child department is mighty and growing, and we're grateful for this opportunity to share a little about our department. Next slide. The time of birthing for families is nothing less than magical. It's a time of great potential. However, this potential is bidirectional, and outcomes can be amazing or devastating. It's a matter of life or death, a reality that many have forgotten. With the doubling of the maternal mortality rate over the last 20 years, there has been a response and efforts to address this statistic. As part of the effort, the Maternal Child Adolescent Health Department has expanded its home visiting capacity. Home visiting has been shown as an effective intervention to reduce infant and maternal mortality, with positive outcomes for the birthing population and long-term outcomes for families. Furthermore, home visiting has shown to significantly reduce the likelihood of child abuse and neglect. Our home visitors come alongside families, providing education on prenatal health, referrals to community resources, safe infant sleep information, breastfeeding counseling and support, infant nutrition, postpartum self-care, parenting preparation, access to healthcare supplies, therapy for those experiencing perinatal mood and anxiety disorders, and information on baby milestones, stimulation, and learning. Next slide. We run parent circles and infant feeding groups. We have 2 amazing programs aimed to address mental wellness, moving beyond depression, and Becoming Us. Each May, we champion a maternal mental health campaign. We'll be kicking off this year's campaign with a screening of the documentary No One Told Me at the Onyx Theater on May 1st, ending the month with our annual awareness walk. We partner closely with WIC to co-chair the Breastfeeding Coalition. We run the Diaper Project in kind. This year, we'll hold 2 community baby showers to celebrate our new families here in Nevada County. But most importantly is the home visitor. They build a working relationship with the family and become a trusted companion and advocate. Next slide. Through the trust that we build with a safe and equitable practice, home visiting nurses are able to align families with the resources they need to thrive. As you know, there are many organizations working with the same families, having the same goals, and there's so many resources and benefits ready and willing to support Nevada County families. We see that relationship is at the core of partnering. We work within that philosophy that the relationship between partner organizations is as important as the relationship between the provider and the client. By building connections with community partners and Nevada County families, our home visitors increase those positive outcomes. Next slide. Well, it was a picture of a very cute baby. Shortly after the article about Samantha and Caleb was published, they welcomed their beautiful baby girl, Stevie. They continue to learn and grow within our program alongside many other families here in Nevada County. Our department is dedicated to continuing to provide programs rooted in...
My name is Toby Gavon, and I'm the program manager for the health and wellness team at Public Health. I have the privilege of supporting a fantastic team managing 7 community prevention and education programs, alcohol and other drug use prevention, CalFresh healthy living, nutrition education and physical activity, HIV case management, local oral health, which you heard about from Jamie, suicide prevention, tobacco and vaping prevention, and the WIC program. And Supervisor Hook, you had mentioned 1383, I think, which is the methane emissions reduction. And we actually have a pilot project we just launched at Ready Springs School, where we did a direct education around food waste prevention with the 3rd through 5th graders. So that was fantastic. You don't really think of nutrition education as climate resilience, but there are opportunities, I think, across all our programs to do that. So at Public Health, we care about connection. As a small rural county, we know how important partnership and collaboration are to successfully addressing both individual and community health needs. Next slide, please. Individual and community needs are complex and intertwined, so being able to address the needs comprehensively requires us to have diverse perspectives and partners at the table when we're working on solutions. For this reason, coalitions and collaborations are a staple of our work at Public Health. Most importantly, collaboration and partnership strengthen the effectiveness of our work. It allows us to focus on our strengths while allowing partners to focus on theirs. Increasing coordination allows us to be more efficient. Collaboration helps us to broaden our network, reach, and resonance. Instead of relying solely on our networks, we can leverage the relationships and trust our partners have built with their constituencies to share messages, information, resources, and services. Most importantly, all of this allows us to accomplish our goal, maximize the positive impact we can have on the lives of individuals and communities. One example where collaboration has been key to the effectiveness of our efforts is the No Overdose Nevada County campaign. In March, you can see right there the list of partners that we have. In March of 2020, through data surveillance, we realized that fentanyl had entered our local drug supply with devastating impact. Immediately, we connected with local partners to develop a response, including education and training, and ensuring access to the opioid overdose reversal drug Narcan. What started as a few organizations quickly grew over the next 2 years through networking and trainings to the point where we launched a formal campaign, No Overdose Nevada County, in 2023 with over 30 cross-sector organizations, including both major hospitals in the county, both Nevada County Superintendent of Schools and Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, local businesses like Briar Patch and Miners Foundry, and participation from organizations located in Truckee, North San Juan, Penn Valley, Grass Valley, and Nevada City. Highlighting that efforts cannot be siloed to be effective. You remember the slide that Jess shared before that showed the network of organizations around each child and family. 8 of the organizations shown on the circle of support slide for MCAH are also members of No Overdose. 9 have received training on opioid overdose prevention, and 10 have Narcan on site to distribute to clients and participants. In 2023, the No Overdose training team provided 99 opioid overdose prevention trainings to more than 2,300 residents across the county at locations ranging from schools to groups of concerned parents, bars, home visiting programs. We reached Narcan saturation levels in most county zip codes. We launched our health product vending machine program that Kathy highlighted before, and developed a rapid opioid response plan for spikes in overdoses, among other achievements. These are just a few of the accomplishments of our work in one part of one program, none of which would be possible without collaboration with our key partners, which is a segue into one of our amazing partners. I'm excited to welcome Jen Singer, Executive Director of Bright Futures for Youth, and one of our key partners in addressing the needs of youth in our community. She's going to share a little bit about the different partnerships that we have between public health and Bright Futures.
All right, thanks, Toby. Well, I can say we are big fans of public health at Bright Futures for Youth. If public health calls, we're like, what can we do? What do we need to do for you? Because they support us and our kids so much. So I would just want a big shout out to this awesome, positive, dynamic team. So Public Health and Bright Futures has partnered in a multitude of ways, some kind of peripherally and just sharing information. I have staff members who sit on every coalition and commission, I think, that you all have. And that's really just key to keeping us updated about information and delivery systems and opportunities in our community for our youth. So that's everything from, the overdose campaign to suicide prevention. And then our strongest partnership is really with the delivery of the Friday Night Live and Club Live programs in Nevada County schools. So we've been at that for just over a year or so. We've had great success with those programs to the point where we've even come back and said, hey, we can do more, and Public Health has said, great, we'll help you. So we are looking to have about 9 chapters here pretty soon. With a full-time program manager and now an assistant. And so that assistant is currently being trained so that she can run her own chapters. And so just a lot of great work. Why that's important, as much as we want to be able to do for kids in our community at the Litton building, it is still one place, and it is impossible for all kids to get to that one place all the time as much as we would like to. And so having these opportunities to go onto school campuses and affect kids where they are during lunch or right after school becomes really, really important. And so those chapters that I mentioned, I think we're operating about 7 or 8 right now and looking for the 9th. We're affecting the lives of over 200 kids a week just in those programs alone, where they're getting valuable information about peer refusal skills, but they're also getting really important information about how to be a leader, how to be an advocate for themselves and for their other students around. And so that program really has a lot of awesome built-in leadership and kind of convening skills that are going on, which really build resilience, which are the things that kids need to then say no to bad things, right? It's having the confidence in yourself, having the belief that you can affect change, and all of this goes into those, to refusing those bad behaviors. Lexi, our program manager, has done a wonderful job. And again, as these kids are getting older, they're getting more excited about leadership, which means they can get trained on then how to deliver those programs back to the middle school kids and then the elementary school kids. So you have a lot of really great positive youth development happening just within that small program there. And then in the meantime, we're educating them about what we offer to further support them through the NEO programs or Friendship Club if appropriate. And then, of course, our program addressing the needs of youth experiencing homelessness. So like public health, it's all about prevention and getting ahead of challenges and developing relationships with these young kiddos on campus as early as we can, and getting our eyes on them and getting to know them means that we can help direct them to services or connections that they need to get more to more service. So really, I just want to highlight, like I said, public health and all that you have done to support our entire community. There's nothing up there that that we haven't had the benefit of. I can speak really to the dental program specifically in my years with Friendship Club, and the amount of girls who've not ever been to a dentist is astounding. And so anything we can be doing early on for that, I fully support. So thank you to Nevada County and Public Health for all your support.
Cook, our local health officer, to speak a little bit about the partnership with healthcare.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sherilyn Cook, your Public Health Officer for Nevada County. And I'd like to just highlight and make sure you're aware of how unique the healthcare community is in Nevada County. When I arrived, there was a Friday morning 7 a.m. meeting called Emerging Public Health Issues in Nevada County. And at the time, it focused primarily on COVID. But since then, it has continued, and the fact that physicians from all across the county get up to be on a Zoom at 7 a.m. on a Friday is very indicative of how important people think it is. But I personally meet with representatives from Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital, Tahoe Forest, Chapa Day Health Center, Western Sierra, Sierra Family Health Center, Partnership Medicare Health Plan, as well as other providers in the community. And this has been extremely beneficial even after the focus has come off of COVID, addressing both outbreaks, hospitalizations, number of beds that are available in the county. For other things, even right now, beds are very high. There's a high utilization in Sierra Nevada, but it's not COVID, it's other things. It also is an opportunity to discuss challenges or share innovative solutions for problems that are existing. And one example is we recently changed Medi-Cal partners for Nevada County from Anthem to Partnership. And there have been some road bumps with that transition, and the opportunity for all the providers to be in one space at one time to discuss it, to go forth with a unified message to that provider, has proven very helpful. Recently, the group asked for some education on measles. As I'm sure all of you are aware, there have been several measles cases in California as well as across the nation. It's particularly a concern because some communities, not all, but some communities in Nevada County have a low vaccination rate and protection against measles. They're tracked by the state going into kindergarten, first grade, and also 7th grade. So we're able to get the data. And there was also a recent case that did hit the paper where a child ended up at UC Davis Medical Center, and an exposure occurred. Shouldn't have happened, but that's a whole nother story. But the community wanted to know more about it. So in partnering with Sierra Nevada Medical Center, we put together a continuing medical education for doctors there as throughout the entire county, because it was taped and put on Zoom so that they could observe it, to look at diagnosis of measles, procedures that need to happen, and also treatment. So this is very unique from the background that I came from. Healthcare systems always looked at other healthcare systems as the competition, but I can tell you here in Nevada County, all of your federally qualified health centers, providers, as well as hospitals are really working collaboratively, and it's very unique, and I'm very proud that that's continuing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Cook. So in closing, Board of Supervisors and Chair Bullock, just thank you for this opportunity, one. I just want to say I've been here 8 months as of next week. It seems some days like I've been here for years. I've learned a lot of new acronyms, but I couldn't be here today if it wasn't for my outstanding public health professionals who I get to work with every day. And unfortunately, there's not a picture of all of them, but they are truly professionals. And as you know, I've spent a lifetime in public health, but I can say that this county is really blessed to have the staff they have. They are fantastic, and they're dedicated, and they're smart. So I'm really pleased to get to work with them, and also to get to work with the partners, as Jen has so eloquently spoken to here today. So thank you, and I'm open for any questions of the team here.
Yeah, excuse me, nice presentation. It's good to hear all the different program areas, and we get it bits and pieces through other chains of information that come at us. But thank you for coming here and bringing your staff in to present to us. We appreciate it. I understand the maternal department is growing. That's a little maternal health kind of like joke, but anyway. So any questions from my colleagues on the board? None? Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for all the work you do, and for presenting all the different pieces of the all the programs. We during COVID, I think we all became much more aware of what you all do and the hard work that you had to put in during that time. But you have a lot of programs to work on. Again, it's another one of those areas that the public has a harder time being aware of or understanding, if even we do. But you do a tremendous amount of work, and I could tell you're all good at it, and I appreciate you all very much.
Thank you. I would just add that I think we've learned a lot during COVID, and we've also saw now, unfortunately, because of the lack of access to health care and services not being given as much, that there's been a plethora of new clients coming in and new services and opportunities to produce and provide more services, but it's also taxing us as is with many departments within the county. So more to come on that, but I think it's really important that we now, as I said, have this kind of We Care motto and our new mobile health unit and getting out into the communities so that the community at large can see all the work that public health does, not just infectious diseases. Thanks.
Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, Kathy, as Heidi said, I think during COVID, we truly got a real respect for your department and what you folks had to go through. And we've just learned to really appreciate you. But very much like the earlier presentation we had today from our social services department, there's so much more there than is just visible or just hearing the word public health, just how many programs that encompasses. I like to see, you mentioned that you are moving out to where the clients are. The mobile clinic was a wonderful example. Not sure what to think of the vending machines, but I'm sure you guys are getting the uses out of them, and at some point maybe we can get an update on just how effective those are. Also, the oral care, my gosh, I didn't realize that. And I have to ask, is much of the chronic issue because of just the age, or is it personal care? Because I tend to remember when I was a kid, we didn't brush our teeth very much.
There's definitely an education component, but anytime you're a rural county and you don't have water fluoridation, you're at a much higher risk. So, our goal is to just start preventing the problem with the younger kids so that eventually we can help turn the curve on oral health, as they say. So, yeah, and also, like I said in my presentation, just a lack of Medi-Cal providers where we have so many kids that are covered by Medi-Cal, and they're having a really hard time finding care. So that's one of the things that we constantly work on, is just helping that care be more accessible.
Well, thank you. The presentation, that just kind of opened my eyes, because I see a child with cavities, and I feel like that's an exception, and this is chronic. I just did not realize that. But again, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work that you guys do. Sherilyn, you've done wonderful too. Thank you, Doctor.
No, great presentation, and I'm happy this is a great week to be able to celebrate you all for the work you do. I learn something every time we have one of these overviews, and it's amazing what you do put out into the community. Toby, thanks for what you're doing, and I love how you bring that education part into kids. Because kids can teach their parents so many things, right? So if we teach them to learn that there, it really escalates and does good things. And I love that the mobile unit's been out. It's exciting. I can't wait to see it at more events. I think that that's going to be a key for reaching out to some of our really disconnected folks in the community that don't make it around to town all the time. So love that we're doing that. I love that you're working, Sherilyn, with this new partnership that we're working on. It's a big transition, and I think having people in your place that help that work and come together is going to be so important to help all of our people here. We've heard that today through our presentation this morning, how many folks actually need and use these programs that we have available. And I wish we got to see the picture of the baby. That would have been really a key component. And then just on a funny note, so I loved your starting out, but we don't need to buy our food in Oregon. You should chalk that out and put Nevada County. So just on a fun note, but really did love the whole presentation, and really I lift you all up in the work you do with the love and compassion. We talk about that, and I love how you talked about how the employees here in Nevada County really do love their job, and they create an environment that make people comfortable to come in and find those services. So you're also appreciated. Thank you. But do change the Oregon food part.
I just wanted to add one other comment because it was actually a big oversight. One really bright spot is, I'm sure all of you know, healthcare and healthcare providers and getting healthcare that you need right here in Nevada County is a huge problem. There are not, a month ago, there were no primary care doctors in the county who were accepting new patients. Last Friday, there were 2. And on the meeting, they told us who those 2 were so other people could refer to those providers. But one thing that came out of the collaboration, not us, but between Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital and Chappaday, they have a new residency program. So they just accepted their second group of residents that are coming out of medical school training in the county in hopes that they will recruit some of those providers to stay in the county. So that's a real bright spot.
Yeah. Lisa.
Thanks. Yeah, they went from 2 to 4 very quickly in that program. So that is hopefully will help in the recruitment of some new doctors. I too just want to say thank you for all the hard work. The first real exposure I ever had to the public health department is when I went through the Citizens Academy for the county in, I think, 2019. And you hear about public health, but just as a resident, you really don't have any idea at the depth and the breadth of the work that you do. So I think this presentation is great. I'm glad to see the mobile unit out there, hopefully bringing some more awareness to the work that all of you are doing on this really important issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you again. I don't have too much to add. I just had a couple of quick questions. I had a community meeting with one of our stakeholders, and they brought a kind of a touching story to me about the Don't Use Alone program. And I'm not familiar. I don't know, Toby, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, so there's a national hotline called the Never Use Alone.
That's same thing. Yeah, thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, so there's a national hotline called Never Use Alone. So when we look at risk factors for overdose, one of the major risk factors is if you're alone, right? So if you're using alone, then it means that you don't have somebody that can take care of you. You don't have somebody who can give you Narcan. And so there's a hotline called the Never Use Alone hotline. I wish I had the number right in front of me right here, but essentially you can call it, and it's staffed by people. You can give them your location, and then if you become unresponsive on the phone after using, then they will send emergency services or EMS to your location. There's a fantastic This American Life story, our podcast episode.
Yep.
It's episode 809 called The Call, and it tracks one of the calls that was made from the perspective of the different people involved. So the first responder who responds, the person on the hotline, and the person who was using drugs. And it's really interesting just to see how that call impacted their lives in really meaningful ways. And one of the things that we're actually trying to do is bring Stephen Miller, who is the EMS person on that call, into Nevada County to do a training for first responders in May, just about, we've seen such an increase in overdoses, to make sure that we're, to think about compassion fatigue and what that looks like in the context of overdoses. So, yeah.
So I'm super stoked that that's the podcast that he was recounting to me. Yeah, the call. Anyway, I'm really glad that you're on it. It sounds like you've already worked through all that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and we also have it on our flyers and on our materials. That's something that we've done recently, is just making sure that people are aware of it, because that's what we're seeing, is that a lot of people who are overdosing and dying are alone when they're doing that.
Yeah, nice. And the other piece is a little maybe more difficult, but I don't know where is there a crosswalk between public health and child protective services? So children have cavities or neglected physically or emotionally, or parents with substance use disorder. What is that a common occurrence, those two pieces interacting?
So a couple things on that, and others can join in here. Two, we have two relationships with DSS, one with senior health nurses who work with seniors in their homes and on all kinds of issues, and for foster care kids, particularly those kids who have health issues. So we work, in fact, they're actually assigned to DSS and work directly with the social services agents and counselors. And then in addition to that, we have like relationships with our behavioral health team as well. So there's direct health care oversight, home visiting, that kind of thing going on with our colleagues in DSS. But Jess, you want to say something on that?
Yeah, we meet monthly with child welfare and have many mutual clients that we work towards keeping them healthy and safe.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
a
sure you're
partnership.
the first point of contact for some of those children. The last one I would just mention, this is a shameless plug for our Heart of Gold bike race. It supports teen mental wellness, and I'd like to invite everybody, Kathy, from your department to come and participate. It's October 5th, I believe, and Ryan Groover's been a huge supporter of that initiative, and the whole thing is based on teen mental wellness. So if there's anything you can come and contribute or you think you want to be involved, certainly reach out to Erica Seward. She's coordinating all that for us this year, and it's an awesome event. We'd love to have you guys there.
We plan to be there with our bike. We have a new
That's right.
smoothie bike.
The smoothie bike, yeah. I cranked on that smoothie bike when I was done. It was all I could do to make my own smoothie.
You haven't seen a smoothie bike yet because we got a new one, and
wow.
it's fantastic. So we'll make sure to bring that. We've been there for 2 consecutive years. Before that, we were doing Narcan distribution.
Oh, that's
actually
right.
There as well. So
Can you make the e-bike out of the smoothie bike?
An e-bike out of a smoothie bike? I'm not sure. I'm not handy enough to know that, but we have a great smoothie bike for sure.
Electric smoothie bike. Okay, yeah, awesome. Thanks for your help. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Ed.
Do you overlap with mental health?
I would say we are in sync with mental health, and particularly with the prevention side, as Toby has mentioned, and work a lot on preventing and early in childhood education, schools, that kind of thing, but also work closely with Phoebe's team if there's issues around other, like Narcan distribution, things like that are preventative, while they are obviously responsible for the care and the treatment programs and things like that. But our programs are more trying to create healthy lifestyles so that those persons who might have mental illness have access to things that they need in their life, exercise, those kinds of things.
So your programs are primarily with youth?
Yeah, some of our programs are primarily with youth. We have a suicide prevention program as well. So obviously there's a lot of overlap between mental health and suicide prevention. So our suicide prevention, we do education and trainings in schools, both for students and then for teachers and staff. Things like knowing the signs, what are the warning signs of suicide? When you see the warning signs, how do you talk to somebody, and what are the resources we have locally? One really exciting thing that we're working on right now is a mental health campaign around that we'll be launching in May around Mental Health Matters, Nevada County, and really highlighting one place where people can go to access all of those mental health resources that we have in the county. So that's a collaboration where we're working really closely with behavioral health to make sure that we are communicating in an easily digestible way, the way that people can access mental health services, suicide prevention, and getting that information and those services more knowledgeable out in the community.
Okay, I'm going to open up public comment on this item. Any people in the chamber like to provide public comment? Mr. Taylor?
I would like to start off just by saying thank you guys for everything you guys do with youth. And as a parent, speaking from a parent, I was shocked to learn about the family in Placer County that lost their son he was an honor roll student as well as an athlete, and ended up taking some fentanyl and died. And that to me was like an eye-opener as to how bad the problem is in our community or in our area. And shortly after that, I read that Nevada County was ranked, I think, 5th in California with overdoses with youth. And I brought that to Ryan's attention, and Ryan was grateful enough to research that and help me understand that statistic a little bit better. And I guess what I'm going with this is I really appreciate what you guys do with youth, and it obviously happens in our back door and even in our own neighborhood. And I really appreciate the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Michael.
much.
Any other comments in the board chambers? Any callers on the line? Nope, seeing none, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve the item in front of us.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thanks very much, Kathy, and thanks to everybody who came today. Oh yeah, you guys want to do a photo?
Carissa, can you put the public health logo up? I don't know if we can. We'll go ahead if we're able to get the logo up. If not, we'll just, oh, there we go. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Patrick, item 34, and this is Public Works Director, Acting Public Works Director George Shurik, and Patrick here to present our annual capital improvement plan, the CIP for 2024. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Yes, I am George Shurik, your Acting Public Works Director. I'm here with Patrick Perkins, our Principal Civil Engineer, and we're here to talk about the 2024 Capital Improvement Plan. The purpose of this CIP is to outline capital improvement expenditures and revenues over the next 5 years and to list projects the Engineering Division of Public Works will design and construct. The CIP also describes transit and solid waste projects overseen by the Public Works Divisions. CIP is also used for budgeting in the upcoming fiscal year. As you know, we have met with you individually in the last few days to discuss these projects in your districts, and the CIP was found to be in conformance with the general plan by the Nevada County Planning Director per Government Code Section 65402 on March 8th of 2024. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Given the lateness of the day, I hope that I can just kind of get through the slides relatively quickly, and then when we get to the end, if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to go back over them. First of all, the biggest thing that we have with our road funding projects is how do we fund our projects that we have going on? Our road funding sources really boil down to 3 major sources, and those are gas tax, and then we've got our federal funding, which is Caltrans. Typically, those go for larger projects, bridges, project-specific kinds of things, as well as SB1. Is that better? Sorry about that. And we also have our SB1, which is also called the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Act. Those are our main funding sources. As I mentioned, we have our funds that are broken up into some project specific. If you look at the left half of this pie chart, those are our restricted funds. Those are all, again, project specific, so you can't take project funds that are for a bridge, use them for a road maintenance kind of a thing. They're all very specific. Looking at the right half of the pie chart are what we call our discretionary funds. Those are traditionally made up of gas tax, which is the HUDA funds. We also have a little bit of the general fund, MOE, and then we've got half a dozen other small funding sources, but this is really where we get the majority of our money. The one thing I really wanted to point out is on this chart, if you look at the bar charts, the different funding sources, as you see, we've got gas tax, general fund, and then we've got a few others. But the big thing is this RMRA, or the SB1 funds that's shown up in purple up here. Without the SB1 funds, our road maintenance, our ability to buy equipment in order to do projects would really, really be in jeopardy. I know there's been a lot of discussion about gas tax and the elimination of gas tax, but these SB1 funds really are critical to what it is that we do and how we maintain our roads. And just as a visual for how important the RMRA or SB1 funds is, this is a really good example of what we can do with the SB1 funds. So we're able to take roads that are old, cracked, beat up, and turn them into good-looking roads, and that's really one of the projects that we're working on.
Pat, you could bring the mic close to your mouth. That'd be helpful.
Is that a little bit better? Sorry, I guess I haven't done this too much. One of the things that I did think was interesting was taking a look at where does our gas tax go? How much does it cost to produce a gallon of gasoline? California has one of the highest taxes in the continental United States, and this was just kind of an interesting diagram that breaks out where our funds actually go, how much does it cost to produce a gallon of gas. The SB1 does add an additional 12 cents per gallon of gas, but in my mind, it's really worth it. But again, I just thought this was interesting to show, all the different taxes. Each time you go to the pump, we're all paying $5+ a gallon. Additionally, we've got our road maintenance expenditures, and you can see that we have been increasing with the RMRA funds over the last couple of years. The large spike in the pink does go up mostly because we added admin costs to that. In addition to getting funding, I thought we'd show a little bit about where we're going to spend the funds now that we've got it established. The large part of the pie chart, which is to the left, the biggest portion goes into our general road maintenance fund, and that's $6.5 million. That goes for things like fixing potholes, clearing brush on the side of the road, ditch work, things like that. That really makes up the majority of our road maintenance activities. Additionally, we have other major projects like our road overlay project that's going to be going out this year. That's at $1.7 million. And then we've also got our capital projects that are in the upper right-hand portion of the pie chart. Those are our bridge projects, and we've got a couple smaller projects. One thing I did want to mention is that we are in line to start 3 bridge projects late this fall. 2 of them up in the Hurstdale area, and then another one down on Dog Bar. So we're looking to get started on those. If everything goes well with Caltrans, we should be out to bid later this fall. Some of our upcoming road maintenance that we talked about has to do with vegetation management, shoulder maintenance, pavement maintenance, snow removal, drainage maintenance. One of the things I did want to mention with this slide, it's actually going to tie into our next slide, has to do with our road PCI. I know I bring this up every year, and that is the overall condition of our roadways. It has been deteriorating. The overall board goal is 62. This year we're at a 63. Next year we anticipate dropping to 62. In order to try to combat that, we've got a fairly large shift of funds going in 25, 26, and we're going to be moving some of those funds from vegetation removal over into our roads. That's going to allow us to put more money into, again, paving, patching, ditch maintenance, and then we're going to end up backfilling the vegetation control with grant funds like we're doing right now with FEMA, with CDBG funds. We also think that by sending these out to have an onboard contractor for doing the vegetation, we can be a lot more efficient. Road crew is great at doing roads, but the equipment that's needed for doing vegetation is very specific, allowing the road crew, they just can't cover the same ground that a contractor can. So I just wanted to bring that up. If you do get into the details, you will see that there's about $1 million shift in years 25, 26. We're not giving up on vegetation control. We realize how important it is, but there is a finance shift that we're going to be doing to try to take care of the PCIs. Too far. Some of the larger projects that we've got going on this year, I mentioned that we've got our bridge projects that are going to be kicking off later this fall. We are also using some of our LTMF funds for working on the roundabout on Rough and Ready Highway. We've got a few safety projects going on that we're wrapping up right now, our guardrail from last year and some of our striping that we had done, just wrapping those projects up. Additionally, we have some other larger projects that are going. The McCartney Road Transfer Station, as you all know, there's a large project going on there. This fiscal year, we're looking at spending another $6.5 million as part of the ongoing project. It's not an additional funding, but that's part of the overall program. We're also working on electric vehicle charging systems. We've got one system up and running at the Ops Center right now. We've got a couple others that we're looking at. Additionally, we're looking at building some bus stops, just miscellaneous cleanups of the existing bus stops we have. Over the next 5 years, we've got multiple bridge projects that are slotted right now, 7 different bridges throughout the county. We tend to work on a lot of safety projects, which are the high friction, sometimes thermoplastic paint, sometimes the MMA paint, those kinds of things. I mentioned we have the Rough and Ready project, which is a roundabout at the intersection of Adams, Ridge Road, and Rough and Ready Highway, so that one's slotted for a couple of years from now. We also have a bus wash that we've got programmed out at the yard. That's completely designed. We're just waiting for funding. And we've got a couple other larger projects. We also will be working on the Rule 20A project, which is an undergrounding. We're working with PG&E right now. And then we've also got our road rehabilitation projects, which is putting out roughly $1.5 million a year for paving in the various districts. Tried to go through that pretty fast. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've seen it as you did the presentations to us individually, so thanks for going through that. Any questions from the board? No? I have just two quick ones. The comment earlier about reducing the travel lane and widening the shoulder for pedestrian and bike use with the location of the white line, is that a thing? Is that a thing that we can do, or is that not an option?
What we try to do is when we go back and stripe all of our roads, we try to stripe them at 11 foot, and then whatever extra we've got left on the edge of the shoulder, that's kind of the way that we set it up. So traditionally, our roads are about 12 plus feet wide. When we narrow it down to an 11-foot striped lane, it does tend to reduce speed a little bit. And where we can do that, we do that. In fact, we had a comment earlier, I believe it was Willow Valley Road that had come up, and when we go out there, we're definitely going to shrink it down to 11 feet anywhere that we can.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I think if you can do it, I mean, encouraging slower traffic speeds and more utilization is the key if you can. But I guess what you're telling me is that is actually your practice.
It is our practice, and we
cool.
try to do that wherever we can. It's a little bit difficult to go out and measure every little piece. You don't want to have double overlapping lines, but where we know we've got an issue, we can black out the old line, put our new line in the right spot, and then, again, shrink them down to 11 feet, and that's pretty standard for us.
Yeah, great. And then the other one was in reference to the conversation you and I had, which is, I'm glad Trish is here, but doing striping in the fall is interesting for my neighborhood because it just is under the snow all year, and then it gets peeled off with the snow plows, and then in the spring we have no lines for spring and summer when we really want lines, because that's actually most of the time that we have bikes and pedestrians on the road. So it's kind of counter to what, I guess the striping isn't real usable where I live because it gets covered in snow during that period, and I would just make a request that if maybe for future years, I know it's programmed, as you were describing to me, it's programmed already for this year, but maybe in future years we could look at sweeping and striping in the spring so that the snowbound areas in the county would benefit from those stripes during the summer.
I certainly understand what you're asking, and usually what we do, as you mentioned, is we stripe in the fall because that way it gives the summer time for our road crew to get out and patch. We want to get all our patching done before we do the striping. However, in Eastern County, where you do have a lot of the snowplow activity, it does tend to erode some of the stripes. And I did go up and drove Hirschdale, Glenshire, Donner Pass a couple, 2-3 days ago. And the MMA paint that we put down last year is lasting really well.
Cool.
And we've got 90% coverage left, which usually just doesn't happen. Usually it gets sandblasted off. There's a couple spots that need to be updated, but we really think this MMA paint is going to allow us to push through the summer. Where we find that we do have a real need where the lines have been removed, we are going to talk to our contractor about splitting the contract up where they can do Eastern County first, do Western County later in the summer. So where we can accommodate your request, we will. This summer, I'm not sure that it's quite justified because I think most of the paint's still there, so it all looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, great to hear that. Thanks, Patrick, for looking at that. I appreciate it. Any other questions, comments from the board? Any public comment on this item? Mr. Taylor?
District 1. Patrick, I actually just remembered you emailed me after I had a couple questions with the waste management. I appreciate you getting back to me really quickly on that. My concern, and I think the public's concern, is how fast the roads are deteriorating. And I think one of the things that a question I would have, I guess, it seems like years ago that in the spring they would sweep the roads and then they would fill the cracks with some sort of something and sand so that the cracks don't continue to grow, and then they'd fill all the potholes and then they would do striping. And I'm concerned that we've gotten away from Public Works doing that themselves, actually clearing ditches too. It seems to me that we might want to look at going back to an older practice of when we cleaned our own ditches, we swept our own roads, painted our own stripes, filled our own cracks in the asphalt, versus contracting out side brush clearing, contracting out painting, just looking at a more inclusive approach to taking care of the roads from beginning to end with a process is a suggestion. I am also concerned that Public Works from the top down is lacking representation from let's just say at the director's position down. And I would encourage us looking at raising the qualifications for who the director might be and whoever might fill that spot so that they have the knowledge of road maintenance, or they have the knowledge of equipment maintenance, or the knowledge of understanding when a piece of equipment's wearing out and needs to be replaced. And I think we are getting to a point that we might consider as a county figuring out how from the top down to improve public works and to start integrating some of these services back in-house versus contracting them out. Also, I got 45 seconds. Also, I think what's positive is that we have a lot of work coming into the county, millions of dollars, and I think that that could be part of working into the economic recovery of the county as one of many things as far as in training kids in high school or out of high school how to run equipment, how to get these jobs working for Tykert or working for some of these other companies that are going to be building these bridges and doing these roadside work to incorporate economic growth within the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, are there anybody on the call?
No, Chair.
Okay, thanks. With that, we'll close public comment. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Thank you very much, Patrick. Thanks to the CDA team. George, thank you. And we'll move on to announcements. I think we can do it pretty brief. Anybody like to kick us off? I just have about 1 minute. Sue?
So let's see, I've had multiple little adventures this last week, but probably my highlight for the week was I had our Congressman Kevin Kiley came to my ranch, and we had a meeting with the ag partners from Nevada County. It was very well attended with the RCD and Farm Bureau and Sierra Harvest and a rancher. And it was fun to kind of showcase our place and the issues that agriculture has in our county. And he listened, he had good comments, took some great ideas that he'll move back. I think the important part is where we look at, especially with the Farm Bill, even though farming is only a small part of the Farm Bill, it's really incredibly important that that gets passed at some time and that the protections for agriculture stay in there. So it was really good. We had lunch. I wanted to thank Allison because I know she's crazy busy all the time, but she came and it was wonderful to have the input. And I think the interaction with the partners, NID was also present. So really, really productive day. We had it planned for outside. I was beautiful, no rain, but we did end up sitting in the little barn and having a great little picnic there and great conversation. So love to thank everybody that came and participated. Lots of good stuff. Let's see. I had another recreation meeting about some possibilities of different recreation in South County. That was a good meeting. Penn Valley Community Foundation met. They're really moving on. They got a fundraiser coming up. 3 of their studies are in works. Really excited. I can't wait to hardly break ground on that project for the Penn Valley Community Center. Had jury duty. That was great. Had a good conversation on, well, actually a good, bad conversation. We worked really hard at putting in some emergency access off of Highway 20, and unfortunately, people are abusing that already, so gonna have to look at some ideas, what we do. We hate to lose those. Tricia's looking at different ideas. We're gonna meet with some of the different folks from CAL FIRE and our fire services too about some different ideas. It's always sad that there's a few people that wreck it for everybody that really can create a real safety net for emergency services. We had a good transit and NCTC meeting. I'm gonna go with that. Had a first 5 meeting that was good. And I would suggest, this is another thing, all these agencies have great websites that you can go click on and really get all the up-to-date information that's happening. So I'm just gonna leave that there, especially first 5. Really excited about, we're gonna meet in Truckee next meeting and go over some of the programs that are up there. That'll be great. Had a LAFCO budget meeting. Had a meeting on our community foundation. I'm so glad that we all are going to see that move forward. Really excited about that. Rough and Ready had their fire dinner. It was great. Had a meeting on capital improvements. And then also I'd like to throw out there, Nevada County Farm Bureau is also going to host their annual ag tour on May 15th. And if you're interested, you can go to their website and look. It's going to be very informative. We're going to be out the 174 area. We're going to look at some prescribed burns, some surface water. We're going to go to a farm that has a new processing equipment there. It's going to be a really exciting day and end up at a great winery. So I'd invite anybody that wants to learn about agriculture and what's going on in our community. It's going to be a good event.
Thanks, Ed.
Very quickly, we had a couple of meetings put together with Erica on recreation and primarily on Bear River. And one meeting that included Greg Jones from NID, and also another meeting which included Andy, the Placer County Parks and Rec, and one other person with their department, and kind of looking at what the future of the Bear River and how we can utilize it recreationally. Some of the properties that NID owned and perhaps potentials of park areas, at least taking a look at it. So those were very, very interesting meetings. Let's see, I forgot my list again. Well, Transit Services, Nevada County Transportation Commission, Nevada County Northern Sierra Air Quality District that we had yesterday afternoon. And let's see, I don't know, I think that's about all I've got. Had an ERC Executive Committee meeting. Well, I said that. But you did too, yeah. I think that's all I've got. Thank you, Hardy.
Yep, thank you, Ed. Lisa?
So I attended the presentation with the Nevada County Arts Council in Nevada City a couple weeks ago, where they presented the results of the economic study that they just did. And I believe Jeffrey dropped a copy of the material on everybody's desk. So you can take a look and kind of see what they're working on. I'm part of the LCAP committee for the Nevada Joint Union High School District, which is the Local Control Accountability Plan. And I missed the first meeting because I think it was our mine hearing, but I went to the second one last week all day with a lot of school people. There's a lot of great stuff going on in our high school districts. I was really impressed with some of the presentations that they made. And that group is made up of community members, teachers, classified staff, students, and parents. And it was so great to hear the kids. Actually, Mackenzie, who is the chairman of our youth commission, is part of that group. So they're doing some great stuff up there. I also spoke last Saturday at the Arts Summit. I was the third choice, I believe, behind Allison and then Heidi. So, but I was there with representatives from Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee. We were talking about the government's role in the arts in the community, and I think it was a great event. It looked like they had about 150 local arts people in the community who attended their all-day summit up at Sierra College. I had a meeting yesterday with the city of Grass Valley talking about their sphere update, and it's going to be at LAFCO at the April meeting. And I also attended an airport commission meeting. It was my first time as a supervisor a couple weeks ago, and it was very interesting. I'll let it go at that.
See, I also had a bunch of behind-the-scenes meetings with staff, including the Community Foundation, the capital improvements, master plan. I went to the arts presentation via Zoom, which was really fun. Had some good information. Had an update on the Station 82 project, and we had our Yuba cohort meeting where our contractor was presenting the master plan draft for the first time to the group. Had a really great, everybody showed up, plus we have about 4 new members. So it was a big meeting. It was excellent. It was, went to the Power of the Purse, a great event with Allison. That was Sue was there too, Allison too. That was fun. And I was on KNCO with Allison and Diana on the Women's Leadership Awards that we gave earlier in the month. Went to the Nevada City Chamber Mixer for women business owners. Actually met a lot of new people there, so that was very helpful. And we did a visit, Carissa and I and George, who else went out with a bunch of people from the EPA, DTSC, Regional Water Quality Control Board, to visit the lava cap mine site it's in its next phase of being cleaned up. It's just out Greenhorn Road, and it's actually a beautiful site. It's up in the hill. Oh, Kit was there, up in the hills, and they have a very elaborate plan for reclaiming the wastewater that's coming out of the adit that apparently is pulling water from all over where the lava cap mine was and the Banner mine. It's from the whole area. It sort of seems to be coming out of that one spot, and so it'll be a treatment system in perpetuity. So it's pretty complicated, but I was really glad to learn about it. I feel like we want to stay on top of that. And then, of course, I went to Civic Well. I don't think we've reported out on that yet. Went to Civic Well meeting where we learned about housing and transportation and energy in the climate change world, and there's always a ton of things to learn at that conference, and hard to figure out how much we can do. And then we did, as Hardy I think has mentioned a few times, we met with Wade Crowfoot had a very productive meeting with him, and we'll follow up. So I think we were pressuring him to come to the summit and be our speaker. I think he felt the pressure, but we also had a good conversation about Nevada County, which he's pretty familiar with. So that was cool to find out. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. I think most of you have probably mentioned things I've done with you, so I'm going to be pretty brief. But we had the scoping meeting for the behavioral health ad hoc, and then we had the first housing ad hoc meeting, both of which I think Lisa and I have a meeting after this meeting for the housing ad hoc. Supervisor Schofield and I went talked to AQMD, which I will pass along. One piece is that we have transitioned from a non-attainment area to a serious non-attainment area, which is not moving in the right direction. So we're coming up with a plan, and the Cal EPA was there. I'm sorry, was that just in Plumas County? Oh, that was Portola. I'm sorry, we're still in non-attainment, just traditional non-attainment. Okay, but we do have the Cal EPA giving us a whole bunch of advice on how to fix that. And then attended Civic Well, and my piece with Civic Well was interesting. I came away understanding that our climate initiatives can be funded through a bunch of other connections to transportation, like how we build roads and bridges and crosswalks and sidewalks, and that the color of money funding flat work and civic improvement is available through climate improvement, resiliency, and GHG reduction measures. So you can get things that you traditionally do funded through environmental sources from the state if you're willing to do additional work with those types of things. And some of them come with grant matches, but there's a lot of follow-up from that conference I think will be useful in finding the grant streams that can help us. And then we had a great meeting on Hobart Mills. Tricia has been instrumental in helping us understand the the requirements for egress, entrance and egress out of the proposed development area, and we came up with some really good solutions. I think we're headed in the right direction. So it's good to have that. And then I'll mention one important meeting that we had internally with the Fire Safe Council, and we met with them and talked about how we can support them as a partner. And we also talked to them how we're going to be working together in the future. And most importantly, we talked to them about what we need from our qualified vendors, what we require to protect our investment from the taxpayer's perspective. And that was a good, productive meeting. That's it for me. Allison?
So real briefly, our joint meeting with Grass Valley, Nevada City, and the town of Truckee is scheduled now for May 31st at 1 p.m. at the Center for the Arts, and the topic, as you know, is emergency preparedness. So we're going to have great speakers, a wonderful panel, and really looking forward to getting together with our city and town colleagues. Lots of wonderful movement working with the high school with the new board support direction of how we can partner around career technical education. A really good meeting Jeff Dellis reported out on, meeting with Joe Smith from our fleet, with George Woodward from Nevada Union Auto, and we are looking at internship career pathways from the high school to our Public Works Department. So we'll look forward to reporting out more on that. Your Youth Commission is going to have their own show on KNCO, and so that's going to be starting next month, and that's going to be a monthly show. They're currently looking for business sponsorships, which I think would be an amazing opportunity for many of our businesses who support our young people. So if you know any businesses that are interested or any businesses that are listening, I encourage them to reach out to Kim Stewart at sales@knco.com, and she's able to connect them with a sponsorship for that show. Chair Bullock and I, we also had mayors and managers meeting where we connect monthly with our city and town partners to talk about joint issues. And then I just want to reiterate the important meeting we've had regarding South County Bear River. This will be items coming back to the board on our federal bridge project, which is going to improve that, but also looking at how we could time that with additional leveraging other resources to really address some of the issues that residents have raised around parking and recreation access to the Bear River. Thank you.
Outstanding. A lot of good work there. Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.